think that the city clerk is trying to get you to.
I'm ready. How's that, Laura? All right. Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. I'll ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Ford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bullock.
Here.
Councilman Amador.
Present.
Councilman Teeter.
Here.
Councilwoman Carson.
Present.
Councilman Benson.
Present.
Councilman McEldowney. Here. Councilwoman Elliott. Present. Councilman Douglas.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome everyone tonight. Unfortunately, we do have to have an executive session. That executive session will last from approximately 6 to 6:30. Then we'll go into our regular meeting. It's just one of those things that come up at the last minute. And I will ask the council now for a motion to enter into that executive session. Mr. Bullock?
Move to move into executive session 1547 pursuant to 24-6-4024E for the purpose of instructing negotiators concerning DIA.
Okay, Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That motion is carried. And we will see everybody back at 6:30. So thanks again for being here.
It's back down to $1.99.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I was going to tell you. Yeah.
I go through about 2 or 3 gallons a week.
Wow, that's a lot of milk.
Yes, sir.
Jeez.
I think it's better than drinking a Coke.
Yeah, you're right. Are you going to this? Yeah. Really? Family tree? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Sean, you guys really have done a good job to get it to this point.
It's been grueling.
You going to this in Nashville?
Let's just hope, because it's got to go
I
through
think
that
if-
vote. And I don't
If
know.
I do go out there, I'm going to go out. I don't know if I'm going to go out Tuesday night or.
And if we lose, we go back to the old agreement. And Aurora gets to file their lawsuit, and we find out if Adams County can take control of the airport.
Yeah.
You think Denver? That would be an interesting lawsuit, but it depends a lot on the judge that you get in the draw in Jefferson County. There are some.
Good evening. I want to call the meeting back to order. I see there are several more people have joined us this evening. Sorry about the executive session that we had to have prior, but we're ready to take care of business. So if everyone will please stand for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll go ahead and have the staff pass around a microphone and allow the audience to introduce themselves.
Good evening, I'm Daphne Michelson.
Hi, I'm Michael Scanlon. I'm running for Ward 4. Marty Flom, spectator.
Bernadine Senna, I'm here representing the USO.
Chris Moyer, USO Denver.
Gail Melges, USO Denver.
Lee Gentry, USO Denver.
Mark Garcia, also spectator.
Shay Garcia, spectator. Scott Joseph Peck.
Guillermo Serna.
Larry Quintana, Adams 14.
Debbie Kruger, Rocky Mountain Division, Marine Corps League.
Tom Kruger with the Marine Corps League.
Doug Hamlin with IT.
Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation.
Maria DeAndre, Public Works.
Cheryl Karstens, Finance.
Marcus Lakota, resident.
Valerie Medina, Quality Community Foundation. Carol Taylor Boyd, Quality Community Foundation.
Celeste Amorosa for Girl Scout Troop 1202.
Regina Hurtado, Adams 14, Allsup Elementary.
Diamond Are, the Assistant Principal, Allsup Elementary.
Mike Abdel, Principal, Allsup Elementary.
Amanda Lee, Quality Community Foundation Scholarship recipient.
Yaimar Osai, resident.
Abe Shubat, supporting the Youth Commission.
Jose Aguayo, 82nd Airborne Association, Rocky Mountain Chapter. Bob Barnett, 82nd Airborne Association, Rocky Mountain Chapter.
Fernando Chavez with the Commerce City Youth Commission.
Paola Chavez with the Commerce City Youth Commission.
Lizette Zamora with Commerce City Youth Commission.
Julia Emka with the Youth Commission.
Elaine Shubat with the Youth Commission.
All right, I think that covers everyone. Thank you all again for being here. Start off with the first item on our agenda is proclamations and recognitions. We're going to start off with the Memorial Day Parade winners recognition, and I see Michelle Halstead's already coming forward. But before we start, I just wanted to thank, again, all those who have served this country and all of those who continue to serve this country to keep our freedoms that we have. So thank you to all of you in the audience that have served, and to anyone at home who has served or is continuing to serve. We appreciate what you do for us on a daily basis. All right, Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. So we actually had good weather about a week ago for this Memorial Day Parade, so we did not have to test the rain or shine aspect of the parade that we always do. It was our 51st annual parade, and we had approximately 120 entries. And those ranged from veterans groups to local community organizations and emergency responders to school districts. So it was a really great turnout. We had, this year's parade was led by the U.S. Air Force Honor Guard from Andrews Air Force Base, and we were also pleased to honor two Grand Marshals, Albert Amador Jr., a Korean War veteran and also the grandfather of our councilman, and also Sergeant Major Jeffrey Polliard, who served in Operation Iraqi Freedom and also will be retiring from a long career of service to the Army National Guard. So we had community judges who watched all of these entries, and they evaluated 4 categories, and then we had our grand marshals also select an award of their choice. So we have 5 awards this evening. And in addition, everyone who did participate in the parade received a certificate with our gratitude. So what I'd like to do is call up, well, first of all, I'd like to call down Councilwoman Elliott and Councilman Steve Douglas. For those of you who don't know, both of these council members dedicate their time and their efforts to lead the parade committee, which include members from Public Works, Parks, Rec, and Golf, and the police department. So I'd like to acknowledge our 2 council members for their time and effort in leading the parade planning. And then, so we'll have them hand out the awards, and then we'll invite council members to come down and take pictures. And my colleague Maria DeAndre will also give you the awards. Maria also co-chairs the staff side of the parade with me and also our staff team. So let's get started. So our first award is the Best of the Parade, which recognizes the entry most original in concept, design, and presentation, keeping with the Memorial Day holiday. So, Maria, did you find it? Woohoo! So we'll go from 3rd place to 1st place. Our first place winners will receive the trophy, and then the rest will receive certificates and ribbons. So 3rd place in Best of the Parade was the USO Denver, and I'd invite everyone come up. 2nd place was the Young Marines, the Iwo Jima float. And our first place award winner was the 82nd Airborne Division. Now our next award, oh, do you want to give him that? So our next award is the Most Creative, which celebrates the best use of imagination and innovation in keeping with Memorial Day. Our third place winner, who I don't believe is here, is the Skid Marks Bicycle Club. Our second place winner is Alsop Elementary School. And our first place winner for Most Creative is Girl Scout Troop 1202. Our next award is Most Patriotic, which represents the best depiction honoring our military past, present, or future. So, our third place award winners are already up here. It's the Young Marines. Our second place award winner in the Most Patriotic Award category is the 82nd Airborne. And our first place award winner, who can't be here tonight because they're in Maryland, is the Air Force Honor Guard. Our next award is the Community Spirit Award. The Community Spirit Award is the best depiction of life, spirit, and pride in Commerce City and the state of Colorado. And we had a lot of great entries this year that really embodied the community spirit that we have in putting on this parade. Our third place winner is Girl Scout Troop 1202. Our second place winner for Community Spirit is Alsop Elementary School. And our first place Community Spirit Award winner is the Commerce City Youth Commission. And our last award of the night is the Grand Marshals Award. This was open to all entries of the parade, and again, selected by the Grand Marshals that they felt best represented the overall depiction of Memorial Day. And so last but not least, it's our honor to award the Grand Marshals Award to the Young Marines. So with that, I'd invite City Council to come down, and then we're going to smush you all together to take one big group photo. Can we get the
I was too focused on, I don't know what I was focused on. Oh, well.
All right, now that all the folks I wanted to have here, but including you all, I want to thank all of the staff, the council members. There's a ton of effort that goes into this parade. I also want to thank all of the participants for coming out to Commerce City. But this parade wouldn't go on for 51 years if we didn't have the staff that we have that help put it together. Staging, putting up signs, barricades, the police department. Everybody that helped out with this parade, I want to make sure that you're recognized right now for the efforts. So thank you. The gentleman from Denver was just up here telling me how he said that it was an awesome parade. He said they were in Denver, and Denver's a big city, and he said they were there for Veterans Day, and he said our parade was over the top. He said one of the best parades he's been in. So that makes you feel good when you have participants that are normally in Denver, and Denver canceled their parade, and they come to our parade, and they're impressed with Commerce City. So makes you feel proud to be a part of the community. Yes, sir. Mr. Benson?
I wonder how often does it happen that the federal government will fly in a company from Andrews Air Force Base to participate in a parade? How often does that happen? I thought that was really something special.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
One of the better parades that I can remember, and I've been walking in this parade since I was 5 years old. So yeah, great parade.
Is that the first time we've ever had something like that?
You know, we've had some. That was the biggest that I think I've seen from that far outside of our community. Yes, I don't remember any group bigger than that.
Air Force Academy came one time.
Air Force Academy came one time from Colorado Springs, but I mean from outside of our state to have that big a group, that was awesome.
That was great.
So everybody got their recognition. That's the main thing. Next, we have the QCF Scholarship Recipient Recognition. I'd like to ask QCF Chairman Valerie Medina forward to make the presentation. Bring the whole group up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having the Quality Community Foundation here with you this evening. We would like to recognize and introduce you to our scholarship recipient for 2015, Miss Amanda Lee.
Great. Congratulations.
I guess at this time we'd like to invite you down to take a picture unless you had questions or...
No, I just do have one comment.
Okay.
I want to thank the QCF for the work they do, helping out all the nonprofits in our community that serve our residents. I know it's a big chore. It's not an easy thing. You have to evaluate a lot of different groups. You get scrutinized over who gets money and who doesn't. And I know it can't be easy, but I want to tell you you're appreciated, and that the groups that receive the money and the benefit it goes to help this community, those people are appreciative. And I'm sure the young lady standing with you tonight's appreciative. So thank you for what you do for our community.
Yeah, and thank you for all your support.
Absolutely. Senator
I don't know.
I can't remember who it was that went up.
Sorry.
All right, next item on our agenda is citizen communication. When I call your name, please give your name and address for the record. Keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. We have one person that has signed up this evening, Mr. Scanlon. Please come forward. Right, and I have to remind you real quick, just because we know what position you're seeking, we can't do any campaigning at the podium, okay?
Fair enough. Hopefully this won't be considered campaigning.
That's fine.
My name is Michael Scanlon. I am seeking the Ward 4 seat to replace Jim Benson.
See, that's campaigning. Just what you can't do.
I was just trying to do full disclosure.
Exactly.
Very proud to live in Commerce City. I love this city. I pay taxes here. I consider myself Commerce City. Love Adams County. Very proud to live in Adams County. I pay taxes in Adams County, and I consider myself Adams County. I just have a quick question. Why am I suing myself? Thank you.
Well, you need to stand up there for a minute while we try to do our best to answer that for you.
Fair enough.
Okay? When two entities, even though you have Adams County and Commerce City, and it's not just Commerce City and Adams County, it's Northland and Aurora.
Right.
It's just that we believe there's an overreach by the county on a tax issue. And so this is the best way for us to be able to come to a decision on what can and can't happen from the county's perspective from taxes. And it's not that we're suing ourselves. We're just trying to get a judge to make a determination on what can and can't happen. CML, which is the Colorado Municipal League, and the Metro Mayors are also all concerned, because it's not just a Commerce City, Adams County issue. It is a state, that's $5 right there, buddy. It's a state issue, and we also know that Pueblo has the same kind of a problem. Okay, so when we're in the cities and the counties, the only way we can settle some of our differences is by having to have a judge make a decision, and that's what we're seeking. And so, in short, just so that everybody knows what's going on, is Adams County put on the ballot, allow for an additional tax to be collected from a single type of business within home rule communities, which Commerce City is. And we don't believe they would have the right to do that. So if they wanted to go to a ballot and get taxes on tires from tire manufacturers in Commerce City, do they have the right to do that? They have a constitutional right for the taxes that they're receiving. So we're just questioning, do they have that right? Because a precedent could be set here, and it could be detrimental. And so, as you said, why am I suing myself? Why are we competing with the same county that we should all be partners in? And so that's part of the reason. It's that question of, why is the county doing additional taxes? The effect it would have on our communities is the ability not to compete with the rest of the state of Colorado on these type of taxes, because we'll get too heavy of taxes and then we won't be able to have business, is the concept. So it's a clarifying question, in my opinion. I would ask Karen to deny anything that I've said or back it up, but she's our attorney for tonight.
The mayor's correct. It's a challenge to Adams County's authority, basically, it's very technical in nature, really, authority to impose a special tax, special sales tax in the county in and of itself, and then furthermore within Commerce City. So that's really what cities have, and counties are statutory. Counties are statutory, and so they have limited rights. And so the question is whether they actually have the right to do that or not.
Okay. So that's the best of my ability to answer that question for you. And I just want to make it clear, it's not just Commerce City, it's other cities within the county and within the state against other potential counties. This will set a precedent statewide, and we need to have an answer. And right now, the cities aren't willing to give in because of the fact that it'll impact our ability to do business, and the county's not willing to give in because they want that additional revenue. So we have to have someone outside sort it out, and that's what it comes down to.
Okay.
All right?
Thank
you.
Answer. Thank you.
All right. Is there any? Yes, sir.
In response to that.
Yeah, Mr. Benson, go ahead.
I think in the past we've allowed people during audience introduction to stand up and say, I'm so-and-so and I'm a candidate for this office. And I think we ought to continue that during audience introduction.
Okay.
Because I don't know, it might only be for my seat, because everybody's going to presume that all of you all who are up for re-election will be re-elected.
Well, we'll see.
It's probably just going to be these two.
We'll see. All right. Before I move on, is there anyone in the audience who did not get a chance to sign up on the citizen communication sheet that would like to address the council at this time? Seeing no one, we're going to go ahead and move on in our agenda. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of the council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off of the consent agenda for further and separate vote? I have several lights lit up. If you want to remove an item, raise your hand so that I know that you're not just wanting to make a motion. Seeing no one, I will ask the Deputy City Attorney to read the titles of the consent agenda. Okay, I'll open it up for a motion. Now that I have 14 lights on. Mr. Bullock.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Amador.
Second.
Now, will the attorney please read the titles?
Yes, sir. Your 6 items are Ordinance 2048, an ordinance amending various sections of the Land Development Code. Ordinance 2050, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Article 2 of Chapter 8 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to provide for the licensing of medical and recreational marijuana businesses. Ordinance 2052, an ordinance amending Section 5-4101 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, adopting amendments to the 2009 International Building Code. Ordinance 2053, an ordinance amending Section 5-41001 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, adopting amendments to the 2009 International Fire Code. Ordinance 2054, an ordinance amending the 2015 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $3,190 for the Click It or Ticket efforts and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Finally, Ordinance 2055, an ordinance repealing Ordinance 2011, which extended the moratorium of the establishment of recreational marijuana businesses and related industry in the City of Commerce City.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. The titles have been read. I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, consent agenda has been approved. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We'll move on in the agenda. First item is public hearing, Ordinance Z 92315. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and invite the staff forward to make their presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. The request before you tonight is case Z-923-15. This is for a zone change from C3 to R1 for property located at 6310 Poplar Street. The applicant is Scott Josephek on behalf of Mountain View Church, which owns the subject property. The subject property is Zone C3 and located in a predominantly residential area. Although many of the surrounding properties are also Zone C3, they are predominantly single-family residential uses. Due to the residential character of the neighborhood, the comprehensive plan does identify this area for medium-density residential uses in the future. As shown here, the subject property consists of a single-family detached home and a detached garage. The surrounding properties are also residential in nature. This existing home was built in 1955 and has been used residentially since that time. The neighborhood was annexed into Commerce City in 1962, and the block along Quebec Street was zoned C3. Over the years, individual property owners have applied to rezone their residential properties to R1 to match the residential use. The current request before you tonight is to rezone this subject property from C3 to R1. The applicant had submitted a building permit to enclose the back porch of the property. But since that would be an expansion of the existing residential use and it is currently legally non-conforming, that type of expansion is not permitted. And so this zone change will match the zoning with the existing use and bring the property into legal and conforming status, which will allow for future expansions of the property. The Planning Commission determined that the existing home is in fact currently non-conforming in the C3 zone district, which again does not allow for any expansion or enlargement of the residential use. If the existing home were to be destroyed, it could only be rebuilt in compliance with the C3 zone district. The applicant at this time does intend to invest in improvements for the home, but the non-conforming status does limit the types of upgrades that are available for the property. Specifically, exterior expansions are not allowed, although a limited amount of interior remodel could be. The property does meet the lot size and setback requirements for the R1 zone district, and the Planning Commission believes that it meets all approval criteria for a zone change. Specifically, those are that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, that it's compatible with the area and surrounding uses, that it's adequately served by utilities, which it has been since it was built in 1955, that it balances the uses in the surrounding area, and that there's a public interest in changing the zoning to match the use. In this case, by creating a legal and conforming residential property, it provides stability in this neighborhood and predictability in knowing that this property will be residential for the long term, as it has been for the last 60 years. There were no comments received opposing the zone change from any of our referral agencies. In addition, as of today, there have been no responses to public notice. The applicant has also submitted a fee waiver request for your consideration. The Land Development Code allows for the decision maker of a land use application to refund all or part of the application fees paid if certain criteria are met. Those criteria are shown here, and in the applicant's request, he states that the subject property serves as Section 8 housing and is expected to be so for at least 5 years. The amount of the application fee to rezone a non-conforming residential property is $100. On May 5th, 2015, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward the request for a zone change from C3 to R1 to City Council with a recommendation for approval. They also voted 5-0 to forward the fee waiver request to City Council with a recommendation for approval. Staff is now available to answer any questions that you have, and the applicant, Mr. Scott Josephek, is also present to speak on behalf of this and answer any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions for staff at this time concerning this case? Seeing none. The applicant is present and at the podium. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and if you have anything you'd like to add to what our staff has brought forward from a presentation, you're more than welcome to add that at this time.
Okay, Scott Josephek, 5985 Grape Street, Commerce City, Colorado. I just want to thank Caitlin for all that she just gave to you.
All right, great. Is there anyone on council that has any questions or comments for the applicant at this time? Seeing none, thank you for coming in tonight.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on behalf of this case that we're hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'm going to ask for a motion from the council. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move to accept the facts and findings of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Amador?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the findings of fact from the Planning Commission. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. I will ask for a motion on the introduction of ordinance Z 923-15. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move to introduce ordinance Z 923-15. Council is seated.
Thank you. Mr. Teeter.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. The city attorney, please read the title.
Ordinance Z-923-15, an ordinance rezoning the property described in Exhibit A, attached hereto and made a part hereof, located at 6310 Poplar Street, Commerce City, Colorado, and amending the zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado to reflect said rezoning.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second. Title's been read. I'm asking for a roll call vote. For the record, it has been approved, the rezoning, 9-0 on the introduction, and we'll have a second reading in a few weeks. Now, the applicant has also requested the fee waiver. From my understanding, it's $100, this is correct, and the council needs to address whether or not we're going to allow that fee to be waived. So what are the council's desires? Mr. Bullock?
Move to approve the fee waiver. Council is seated.
Thank you. Councilman Carson?
Second, can we give a little explanation so the audience out there understands why we're approving this?
You have the floor.
This home has been used for, I don't know how many years, a lot of years, as Section 8 housing. So there is no money being received by the church for this house. So that was the reason the Planning Commission moved their proposal to waive the fee. So second.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second to waive the fee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Thank you, sir, for coming in this evening. Next item on the agenda, resolutions. We have Resolution 2015-37. I'd like to invite the Deputy City Manager Hayes to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I do not have a formal slide presentation prepared tonight, but there's a detailed, robust council communication in your packet, and I'm open to answer any questions you may have about this resolution.
Before we do that, could I just have you make some brief remarks about what this entails, what the reason is for the public?
Absolutely. So I'll be very brief, and we can follow up with some of the details here. It's rather technical in terms of the math, so I'll try not to get into that level of detail here. But we were approached, the city was, in 2014 by Shea Properties considering an agreement regarding their water rights. And every developer that develops a home in our community pays a water acquisition fee for the purposes of us acquiring water rights for park development, and in some cases we use those for economic development incentives. So in this case, Shea Properties, Shea Homes had several thousand ERUs, or known as equivalent residential units, that they are in possession of. So again, several thousand units of water rights. And they were proposing to essentially give those to the city in exchange for credit for the payment of water acquisition fees in the future. And so there's a couple of benefits there. Number one, Shea has a resource that they can use to forego fees. They also receive the benefit of locking in that fee, because the way we structured the deal is they would have essentially 5 years to use up those credits with the homes that they would be constructing in the community. The benefit to the city is that we do get some additional water rights for our portfolio, which we may use for those purposes I stated earlier. How the math works out, essentially we are, Shea is proposing to have 225 lots receive such a credit. The water acquisition fee per lot is $1,298.19 in 2015. It does go up annually, and so that would be locked in for a 5-year period. So that equates to a total fee due of around $292,000. We reached an agreement to purchase those ERUs from Shea for $5,000 apiece. So taking the $292,000 divided by 5,000, it comes out, in this case exactly, as 58.42 ERUs. So to summarize how the transaction will work, the city will receive 58.42 FRICO ERUs, which is a water source specific to those ERUs. And then in exchange for that, Shea will receive a credit of $292,092.75 for a total of 225 lots, which they must absorb over a 5-year period. If they do not absorb that fee credit over 5 years, then they would be responsible for paying the difference in the fee at that point, 2020 between 2015. So maybe a couple $100 per lot.
All right, thank you. Now, is there anyone on council with any questions regarding this transaction? Seeing none. Is there anyone in the audience that has any concerns? Seeing none. That's $5. Just so you know. I mean, if Benson's got to pay it, you especially have to pay it. All right, I'm open for a motion to introduce, let's see, the resolution, not to introduce it, but to pass it, 2015-37. Mr. Bullock.
Move to approve Resolution 2015-37.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney. Second. Thank you. Will the city attorney read the title, please?
Resolution 2015-37, resolution approving agreement for water acquisition fees, number 2015-37.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Then we'll move on to ordinances on first reading. We have ordinance 2056. Does council have any questions regarding this ordinance? Saying none, is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'm open for a motion for the introduction of ordinance 2056. Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to introduce ordinance 2056 on first reading. Council is seated.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2056. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2056, an ordinance amending the 2015 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, by the recognition of the Tony Grampsis Youth Services Grant Funds in the amount of $79,119 for the support of youth marijuana use prevention and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and allow some discussion before we vote. I think it's important that everybody in the audience and everybody at home saw that we lifted the moratorium, that the industrial areas will have the opportunity for development of medical and recreational marijuana. I'd rather have it be a part of the industry than have it be on our streets in this community. So it's important that we help try to prevent marijuana use in the youth in our community. And any business that has any intention to come here, I would ask them to participate in marijuana prevention for our youth in this community. That's why this council, and I'm proud of the council for doing it, passed an ordinance on home grows and limitations of what could be done, because we had entire backyards and entire homes in our community, $300,000 homes that every square inch was marijuana. And we had to do something about it, because I feel that's the marijuana that's getting to the kids on the streets. It's one thing to have the voters approved it to be a business in this state, but it's another thing for us to not take steps to prevent it from our youth if we're going to take steps to allow the businesses within our community. So with that said, is there any other discussion before I call this vote? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, it's been introduced unanimously by this council this evening. Now we have ordinance 2057 on first reading. Does the council have any questions regarding this ordinance? Seeing none. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council on this ordinance? Seeing no one. I'm open for a motion. Mr. Bullock.
Move to introduce ordinance 2057, council sitting on first reading.
Thank you. Mr. Amador.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Will the deputy attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2057, an ordinance amending the 2015 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant Funds in the amount of $149,609 for the support of irrigation replacement Phase 1 at Buffalo Run Golf Course and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you. I'll ask for a roll call vote. Ricky, push your button again. Mr. Teeter.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't take.
Yeah, I know. All right, ordinance 2057 for the record has been introduced unanimously by this council. Now we'll move on to ordinance 2058. Does anyone on the council have any questions regarding this ordinance? Saying no one? I would like to say, well, it's the time for questions. I would like to thank the county commissioners for the grant, for the open space grant for our community. Even though we have a lawsuit going on, we still work with each other. So thank you to the commissioners and the board of the grant committee that allowed us to be able to get these grant monies to help our community. All right. Mr. Amador?
I'd also like to thank staff for continually pursuing grants which are competitive in nature and being successful. So not only this grant, but the previous one as well. Good job, staff. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Benson.
Are these grants the product of Leanne's work?
No.
They're not all?
No, this is grants that are product of Park and Recreation and work that they put in for these grants.
All of them?
The one we just passed and the one we are passing now are both grants that are coming out of the Park and Recreation Department.
Let's go to city manager now.
Mayor Pro Tem Bullock is correct. It is in large part the work of our Parks, Recreation, and Golf Department, but Ms. Leanne Noel is the city's grants administrator and is very much involved in these grant applications as well. So it's very much a team effort.
Okay, good. This is $600,000. That's good.
All right. Okay. Does anyone in the audience like to address the council on this ordinance? Seeing no one, I'm open for a motion to introduce ordinance 2052. Mr. McEldowney.
I would move to introduce ordinance 2058. Council is seated.
I'm sorry, it's 2058. I had it wrong on another part of my thing.
No worries.
Ordinance 2058. Mr. Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance 2058, an ordinance amending the 2015 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant Funds in the amount of $359,450 for the support of the Second Creek Community Park Expansion Acquisition Project and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you.
For the record, ordinance 2058 has been introduced unanimously by this council this evening. We'll move into the next part of our agenda, which is presentations. We're going to have a presentation from South Adams County Water and Sanitation District on supply and demand. I'd like to invite the General Manager, Jim Jones, forward to make the presentation. Good evening.
That's a pointer thing? Yeah.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Jim Jones, District Manager for the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Their address is 6595 East 70th Avenue, Commerce City. As I said, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. The reason I'm here, we've heard through the commission process, we've heard from developers, we've heard directly from some of the folks on City Council, questions about water resources. How much do we have? Where is it? How is it usable? So I take a big part in apologizing for making sure that you didn't have that kind of information. We want to make sure that you have it. And on behalf of myself and the board, we would absolutely be glad to share our information with you whenever you'd like it and in whatever format. I know we've talked about having some joint meetings, and that's something I think definitely our board would be interested in doing. Start off, this is our joint service area, basically from 270 on the south to 120th on the north, Platte River on the west, out to DIA on the east. The purpose of my presentation tonight is really to try to accomplish three things. First one is to give you a description of our current water resource portfolio. Second one is how that water resource portfolio converts into the equivalent residential units. As you've heard some of your staff talk about tonight, ERUs, or equivalent residential units, are kind of the commodity that we've created over the last 19 years. In 1998, I guess it's been 17 years. In 1998, our board put a policy in place that said all new development has to dedicate water to the district so that property can develop. And since then, in conjunction with the city and the developers, we've acquired over 20,000 acre feet of water at a value of well over 200 million, probably 200 to 300 million. So have to give a lot of credit to all the participants, the district, the city, and the developers to step up and really make that commitment into this community. So we're going to talk about where those water resources are, how they convert into residential units, and then where are we as far as our future? How much more water do we need, and how do we move forward from here to get there? So the first thing, I'm going to quickly go through our water portfolio. The first thing we have is the potable alluvial supplies, 9,600 acre feet of water. If you see, this is what they call the Quebec Paleo Channel. It's a deep paleo channel in the South Platte alluvium. It was the old riverbed channel, and it runs right through the western portion of our district in your city, and that's where we draw a big portion of our water, 9,600 acre feet. Our current supply is about 30,000, so 33% of our water comes from that source. The problem with the alluvial supplies, as we all know, there's several potential Superfund sites in the area. You've got Kemp Sales down here on the south side. You've got the Arsenal over here to the east of the Paleo Channel, Scott's Liquid Gold, the old airport, and all those sites drain into this channel. So the challenge we've had over the history is potentially we could have some water quality concerns with that. We've been able to, as a community, successfully mitigate a lot of those concerns. We worked with the Army and Shell to come up with the new treatment plant as well as a alternate water supply. So in the future, if we see things, we'll definitely consider, one thing we always hear is people say, well, why don't you just abandon that alluvial supply? 9,600 acre feet of water would cost about $40,000 an acre foot, so you're looking at close to $400 million to replace that asset. So it's probably not something we want to replace. It's probably something that we continue to monitor and look at ways to mitigate, and I think we can find cost-effective treatment alternatives if that becomes required. Second component that I want to talk about is the area south of Sand Creek, out south of 270 to the south border of Commerce City in our district. That's a master meter area that we get served by Denver Water. We signed a master meter agreement with them back in 1968. we're restricted to that area, so it's not a huge area. We currently only get about 175 acre feet a year. Main thing I want to bring up is we can serve all new development in that area, and Denver Water will provide it as long as we comply with Denver Water's rules and regulations and they approve the development that's being considered. The next component we want to talk about is the 4,000 acre feet. Again, I talked about that substitute water supply plant or water supply that we got from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal from the Army and Shell. It was 4,000 acre feet. What we ended up acquiring was treated Denver water. We were originally supposed to take that just at 56th in Quebec and blend with our treated water supplies at the Klein Water Treatment Facility. But as this council knows, at the end of last year, we worked together to do a permanent participation agreement where we firmed up the capacity out of 72nd and Tower and the DIA connection so that we could take this 4,000 acre feet at 3 places. It helps us move this water around the whole district to improve water quality throughout the whole district. Plus, it also firms up that connection at 72nd and Tower so that it'll help promote new development in the E470 corridor. So I think that was a good partnership that we worked on, and I think it's going to be really good for the community. The next component is what we call the FRICO 5K supply. The FRICO water, FRICO stands for Farmers Reservoir and Irrigation Company. They were in a water court case with Denver Water where Denver was trying to exchange some of their consumptive use credits. As a result of that water court case, Denver Water made 5,000 acre feet of their reusable water credits available to FRICO. FRICO couldn't use them in their irrigation system, but they could sell them to a municipality because that's what Denver's water was decreed for. So we, back in 2000, 2001, were competing against City of Brighton, East Cherry Creek Valley Water and Sanitation District. And again, between us and our participating developers, we were able to secure that critical water supply and add that 5,000 acre feet to our portfolio. What we're seeing here is the storage complex. This is basically 108th Avenue on the south, 120th Avenue on the north. This is Brighton Road going right in between the reservoirs. This complex is what we call the Northern Storage Complex. We partnered with Denver Water. There's about 20,000 acre feet of storage here. We're jointly going to operate those facilities with Denver Water. We currently own this piece of property right here at 112th and Brighton Road on the east side of Brighton Road, and that's where a future water treatment plant will be located. So we'll take water off these storage reservoirs, run it through that treatment plant, and put it into the distribution system from there. Another critical component of our water supply system is the irrigation system. As you're all well aware, up in the north area, we have a complete dual system for both commercial and residential. We're one of the very few in the state, even in the country, that have full dual systems, especially for residential. State will permit reuse water for commercial uses, but they won't permit it for residential. The difference with our system is that we don't use reuse water. We use untreated groundwater. It's perfectly safe, and we can put it into our system without treatment and therefore without a state permit. The sources of that irrigation water, we just talked about the FRICO 5,000 acre foot project. The beauty of that project, it's fully consumable. So we get the water from Denver. We can use it once in our potable system, and then the return flow credits at the wastewater plant we can use to augment the pumping of the groundwater wells to put into that separate irrigation system. Another big component of it is when we started the irrigation system project, we identified that if we could somehow come up with about 3,500 to 4,000 acre feet of augmentation water, that's senior surface water rights and ditches, the Burlington ditch, the Fulton ditch, the Brighton ditch. If we could get that amount of water, that would really fuel the beginning of the irrigation system. And again, the developers stepped up, they acquired all that water for us, and we were able to get about 3,800 acre feet of those augmentation supplies, again, to augment the pumping of the irrigation system. The last component of the irrigation system water is the Prospect Valley project. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that here in just a second. It's a 1,200 acre foot project that we're getting from the Lost Creek designated groundwater basin out by Keensburg, about 26 miles northeast of the Commerce City area. That water, again, is fully consumable, so we can bring it in, use it in our potable system. The return flow credits that we get back at our wastewater plant, we can use to fuel the pumping of the groundwater wells for the irrigation system. This kind of shows you where the Prospect Valley is. The Commerce City area, where's my pointer, is right down in here. So there's Prospect Valley, 26 miles north and east. And again, the big challenge with this supply is it's 26 miles away, so we're going to have to build a pipeline to get that water down here. We don't need it right away. We don't think we'll need it probably till after 2040. So right now, we're okay not using it. We actually have talked to some parties that may have some interest in interim use of it, and to the point where we may be able to work out with something where they actually build at least a portion of that pipeline for us. So I think there's some opportunities to partner up and have some savings on that project. Kind of give you an idea of the timeline for the different phases of the project. The first one that we're going to be working on is what we call phase 2 of the irrigation system. Right now, we pump about 1,800 acre feet of alluvial supplies into the irrigation system. We probably have a total of about 4,000 to 5,000 acre feet in that irrigation system. The balance between the 1,800 and the 4,000 to 5,000 is being made up out of our potable system. Right now, we have some excess supplies in our potable supply, so we can supplement the irrigation system with it. So we haven't had to rely fully on the irrigation supplies. Starting this year, we're doing the design of the second phase, and what that is the biggest source of the irrigation supply is over by the South Platte River. There's going to be some really high-producing wells over there. As you all know, the demand for our system is way over on the east side in the Reunion area where all the new housing is going. So we have to get the source water, the well water from the river over to the Reunion area at our landmark facility. So we'll have to build a pipeline down the 104th Avenue corridor. So we're in the phase of designing that phase right now, and we anticipate having it online by 2020. And that'll take us from 1,800 acre feet of irrigation supplies up to 4,000 acre feet. That relieves that pressure on the potable system and frees the potable water back up just to be used for the potable purposes. The next phase is what we call phase 3 of the irrigation system. Same thing, we want to drill some of the high producing wells over on the South Platte corridor, get them over into the east portion of the district, but now we'll be on the 112th Avenue plane. The second phase is 104th Avenue, third phase is 112th. That'll get that water into that middle portion of our service area. 2030 to 2035 is when we currently plan on building the Dunes treatment plant. That's that treatment plant there at 112th and Brighton Road. Again, one thing I want to say is all these projections are based on what we think our current development rates are. We've worked with your staff, we've looked at your comp plans. Based on that, we think these are the phases and the staging of projects that we're going to need to do. And again, as I mentioned, the Prospect Valley project, actually needing to get that physical supply into the district is right now post-2040. So here's kind of a total of everything that we went through. Total right now, we have about 30,754 acre feet of supplies. To give you a point of reference, last year we pumped about 10,000 acre feet. So we can triple in size from where we're at now. So we're in pretty good shape. A lot of communities in the metro area wish they were in that good of shape. There's very few that are sitting as good as we are. And again, that goes to a lot of credit for the city and the developers really stepping up and producing that water supply and working with the district to do that. That 30,754 acre feet translates to 58,026 equivalent residential units. So here's what we are. Currently, we're serving 26,491. So we can serve another 31,535 ERUs just with the water resources we currently have. So it's taken us about 64 years to get to the 26,491. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Probably have water for at least 40 to 60 more years with the water resources that we currently have. So the big question is, where are those ERUs? And I think in your packet, you had a copy of this map, and I actually have some bigger versions of it that I'll leave here tonight if you want to take one home. This kind of shows where the ERUs reside throughout the district. So the dark gold line is our combined service area, Anything that's shaded in it that's not the yellow color has some amount of ERUs. Now, the disclaimer we want to make is just because it's shaded doesn't mean that it has all the ERUs and all the water necessary to serve it, but because it's shaded, it has some amount of water available to it. So as you can see, just doing a quick guess there, it looks like easily 80% of the service area out to the airport has water currently tied to it and is available to do some amount of development on. This section in the middle here, these are kind of, why is it not working? Well, the middle section says total ERUs available. Right under that has all the Commerce City ERUs, the Prospect Valley bondholders, the ERUs that the district still has, and the school districts. All those ERUs, and I just totaled them up here a second ago, it's about 6,500. Those currently aren't tied to any piece of property. So there's even a big chunk of ERUs that's not allocated to any one specific property that is available. And the big one, of course, in there is the Prospect Valley bondholders. That's 3,600 ERUs. That's something that I think between the city and the district we're going to really focus on here over the next several months and see if maybe we can't broker a deal to get some landowners interested in purchasing that and try to get it as fair and reasonable price as we possibly can for those landholders. So this gives you an idea, again, kind of another take on what we currently have. The blue is what we have. The orange is what's available. We have more available than we're currently serving. And then the gray is what we need. Based on your current comp plan, we've taken that, done master planning based on that. We think we need about another 9,000 acre feet of water. So right now we're close to 31,000. We think to build out to the airport, it's going to take about 40,000 acre feet. So kind of the big things for both of us to work on to try to address this is let's use those 31,500. We have a lot of people coming to both of us saying, you know, you don't have any water available. We've got 31,000. We got more water than we're currently serving. We can double in size and we're still fine. We have a lot of water available. We have to tie the development up with the land that has the water. They've made a big investment in this community. We really need to try to recognize that investment and try to locate the development onto those lands. One thing that we need to make sure that we partner up, and we've been doing some joint land use planning between our two entities. Something we really need to do is make sure that we allocate these 31,500 ERUs to new development. What's happening is development comes in and they want to locate a new business in there, but they aren't giving them any of their ERUs. And I can't understand why they're not doing it, but say they may sell their land without any ERUs. The person that bought the land gets down to ready to buy their water tap, and we haven't heard anything about it. They didn't even know they had to buy these ERUs, and the guy who had the ERUs still sitting there without them. So we jointly, our two entities, need to make sure that doesn't happen. We need to make sure as we're approving those applications that we're making sure these ERUs are getting allocated to the applicants. The other thing we need to do, and I talked about it, is find buyers for that Prospect Valley water. We are in discussions with the bondholders. We're going to probably conduct some public meetings here over the next couple months to kind of let the bondholders introduce their concepts to interested landowners, and then see if we can put some parties together to make a purchase of some or all of that available water. I think what we really want to do as a community is delays what we call phase 4. That's that 9,000 additional acre feet. Right now, we charge about $13,000 for a water ERU. That's what it costs us to develop or to provide the water resources and infrastructure to serve an ERU. When we look at it, we think that new ones, this next phase 4, is going to easily be about $30,000, more than double in price. So it's not going to be any cheaper. One thing we hear is we'll wait for phase 4 because it's going to be cheaper. We don't think it's going to be cheaper. We think it's going to be a lot more expensive. The reasons for that: water, it's getting scarcer and scarcer. The price is going higher and higher. Treatment, every water project you look at is going to need treatment. A lot of them are probably going to need RO, reverse osmosis. None of them are. We've kind of mined all the close stuff. We've got everything that's in the vicinity of our district. Everything we're looking at is probably 20 to 40 miles away. We're going to have to pipe it in, just like the Prospect Valley project. So when you add all those things up, they're going to be significantly more expensive. So we want to delay that as long as we possibly can and try to take advantage of these 31,500 that we currently have available. Have said that, Phase 4, we do have some options and we continually look at it. There are potentially some opportunities to expand that Prospect Valley project. That project, again, is a groundwater basin project. On the south end of the basin, it has really high-quality water. On the north end of the basin, the TDS starts getting pretty high. It's going to require reverse osmosis. We kind of cherry-picked all the good stuff off the south end when we did the original deal, so we aren't going to have to treat that portion of it. If we want to expand it and fully utilize the water available in that project, we will have to add treatment to it. But that is something that we continually look at and investigate. There's another groundwater project in the Box Elder Creek. It's probably about 20 miles northeast of our combined service area. That project recently sold some water to Castle Rock. They're going to pipe it down there. So that may be a viable alternative, something that we will look at. Joint projects with Denver, Aurora, United Water and Sanitation District, those are kind of three entities in our neighborhood that are also going to need water supplies and be moving water supplies throughout the area, so there may be opportunities for joint projects with those entities. And then the last one is conservation. Again, that joint land use planning that we did together, a lot of the things they talked about is efficient land use planning, trying to utilize your available lands in a way that doesn't use as much water and maybe get higher densities but not as much demand on the system. So I think there's some opportunities for us to work together and see if we can spread those 31,500 ERUs out as far as possible. So that's the presentation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody might have.
Well, first of all, Jim, thanks for coming in this evening, and I think it's great not only for our residents to see this, but for the council to get a vision of what's going on. The 3 million gallon a day purchase that we did from Denver to be able to take some of that water, that 4K water up there, I think will be beneficial for growth and development from the southern portion of Tower Road heading north, which is one of the things that was prohibiting us from development on the south end. So I think working together, we have created some great opportunities. It's a long-term development that we want to make sure that our city is prepared for growth and development, not with this council, but with the 10 councils beyond. One of the concerns, and you mentioned it, was the ERUs, tying it to the land. Part of the problem, and one of those was the new emergency center came in, purchased the land, built their building, was ready for a water tap, and they got hit for 10 ERUs at $10,000 a piece. And to have that happen to you when you're at that stage, not knowing that your business is going to have to take that kind of a hit before you even open the doors. And that's collaboration between the city and the district. And we've had that talk. Myself and Mr. McEldowney serve on the Water Commission that we had put together years ago. And we bring that information back and share it with the rest of the council. But we just thought it was time that we start going to that next level of sharing our land development plans, working closer with the district, having you work closer with us, so that we don't run into these problems where we have someone building something. God forbid our first sit-down restaurant up north comes in and has a problem with water. So the downside is most of the ERUs that you mentioned are publicly traded, and that price continues to get higher. And I don't know what that inflation will be over the next 10 years. But those ERUs that you mentioned were at 13,000 an ERU, could go up exponentially because they started around 3,500 when we got the 5K water from Franco. So we don't know where that's going to end up, but I think what's important to this council and to the residents of this community is that the entities within it, the school district, the water district, the fire district, and the city, that we all collaborate to make this the best community possible. And so sharing the information you brought forward tonight, I just want to personally thank you for coming in and sharing that with our staff and the council and with our residents of our community. All right, McEldowney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add a few comments. First, thanks for coming in tonight. I just I think it's important to note for the community, this is kind of a milestone, keystone event, and I want to thank you and your team and our water experts. The mayor mentioned the Water Commission, and that's obviously been around for a while, but in my 8 years on council, I don't think I've seen it as active and productive as it has been really this year. And that's been a direct testament to staff's responsiveness to both the district board members who participate in that commission and the mayor and I. There have been questions and concerns and frustrations and rumors and you name it since I got on council that have created a challenging relationship between the district and the city. And the community, perceptions are all over the place. And I don't think I've ever felt better about the relationship with the district than I do right now. I think this presentation and the district's not only willingness, but recognition of the need to partner. And clearly there's been a history of partnership, and I think you touched on a number of those examples that people tend to overlook or not give full credit to the real merit of what they've done and how unique so much of what has occurred in our city and our district has been. Certainly we get the comments that, well, we don't control water. It's a different district. You should take over water. I think the key message that I want to share is the partnership is there. And certainly there are pieces that need to be tightened up, and the mayor obviously used the example of the first choice emergency room, and there is a challenge today where a developer has to go to the city for certain things and the district for certain things, and you can kind of think of it like the ask mom, ask dad approach, where the developer or the individual will play one end for the other. We've talked at length about that, and I think that the consensus was we need to be better partners to make sure that we can't get played like that, so that we are presenting united front, that there is a confidence there. If somebody talks to somebody at the city or they talk to somebody at the district, they're going to get a consistent answer, or we're going to point to the other individuals to say that's their domain, whatever they say is correct, and vice versa. So I think I don't know about the mayor, but I feel good about the track that we are on at the moment, and I just really again want to thank you and the team for the work that went into this, and I think the ongoing dialogue. We obviously have a good dialogue that is now in place with the Water Commission, and so for the community's benefit, we have very actionable discussions on a regular basis between the district and the city, and the objective really has become setting an agenda of specific topics of discussion that we need to solve, right? So that we're actually accomplishing things as opposed to just getting together and meeting. And I think the evidence is in this presentation and other activity that obviously the district and city staff are working on. So I'll give up the mic, but thank you.
I'd like to expand just a little bit. I think a lot of those frustrations were, what water do we have? What's available? Where's it at? That was the unknown. We didn't know. This presentation has helped a lot to help us understand where that water is. And it's not just the city has some, the water district has some, but ultimately most of that water is publicly held. And we can't forget that we have to have those partnerships with the developers that own that water as well, because they're the ones that are going to have to ultimately provide for the development on the properties that they have, provide that service and resource. The problem we're having is when the developer, like you said, sells a piece of ground, the emergency center comes in, and then all of a sudden finds out that they don't have any water. They come to us, they come to you, and then they turn around and go, now what are we supposed to do? And it's tough, because how do you go back to the developer that doesn't have any water to tell them to give some water to the, or to sell some water to the people that just bought the property? And we just have to re-look at how do we make sure that we have good communication between the city and the district, so that there's not the rumors out there, and that we can make sure that we treat all businesses that want to come into our community fairly. And I think the unknown was, how much do we have and where's it at? Because as a council, one of our biggest priorities is making sure that for the long term, that we make sure this city's in a good position to continue to grow and develop so that the residents of this community can have ultimately the city that they bought into. Councilwoman Carson.
Mr. Jones, thank you for coming. Thanks for the presentation. I'd be in big trouble tonight, since you're here, if I don't bring this question forward. In the 5.5 years I've sat on council, I have received, I can't even count how many complaints of the quality of water. And when I say quality, it's the hardness of it. I get complaints constantly that it's ruining their plumbing, that you have to have a water softener, and that doesn't even suffice all the time. They're going through appliances. It's ruining clothing. Can you tell us and explain to us why our water is so hard? Why are there steps that the water department could take to improve that softness? Just elaborate a little.
Sure. The hardness comes from, as I mentioned, that biggest component in our system up to now is that potable alluvial supply, that 9,600 acre feet. It is a hard water supply. Over time, I know early on in my career and before my career, even the district asked residents, is that something you would like us to pursue? And it comes at a cost, and it's a fairly significant cost, because what it costs you is not only money but water. Whatever you do, you start losing 10, 15, 20% of your water supply if you try to soften it with reverse osmosis or ion exchange. So there is, as I mentioned, if you lose 20% of that supply, about 2,000 acre feet, at $30,000, $40,000 an acre foot, now you're into the $60, $70 million of lost water. So that's one thing that people aren't too interested in, but it's also the cost. We're probably looking at $20 to $30 million to put the cost in. People said, rather than our water bill go up, we'll get the softener and we'll soften it ourselves. But it's something that we can address, and we're actually looking at alternatives again. We're looking at, again, that reverse osmosis, the ion exchange. We're getting kind of at a tipping point with our Klein Water Treatment Facility. Over time, that the aquifer's been cleaned up. The VOCs aren't as high as they historically were. So now it may be a case where we can take some of those carbon contactors offline and change them out into ion exchange units or something. But again, we'll have to analyze what those costs are to do that, what lost water would be to do that. But that's something that we will analyze, and we'll definitely keep you up to date with what we're finding on those investigations.
Would you please, because I know you're, anytime we're talking about a reduction in water, that we don't want to go there. But when you're talking the price, and I don't know when this question was put out there, but Commerce City looks very different than what Commerce City used to look. I have neighbors who have invested $10,000, $12,000 in their own reverse osmosis system. I have people who question me whether it's of quality to drink. If you watch in that northern area, the water service truck comes continually because residents don't feel safe drinking the water. Residents don't feel safe giving it to infants, toddlers. So yeah, if you could address some public campaign so that citizens are under an understanding of what is going on here and what the quality of water is and why it's so hard, it would be very appreciative.
I will, and I'll take that message back to our board too, so that we can discuss it at the board level as well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for coming in the presentation. I know we get a majority of our water from below aquifers instead of above ground. Sorry, below aquifers instead of reservoirs. Is that the problem with our CDC level in the water? It's because of where it drains through and the collection of it?
The alluvial supplies are shallow groundwater. If you go deep, if you go to the Arapahoe wells, that, like Douglas County and some of the Arapahoe County entities, then it gets pretty soft again. It's in the bedrock aquifer. It doesn't have the calcium and the magnesium that the alluvial supplies pick up as they're moving through the alluvial aquifer. So yeah, it's really the source. That's where the hardness comes from. Just because of the underground materials in the alluvial aquifer, it's where it gets its calcium and magnesium from. So again, I don't think we want to lose that huge asset, but see if we can economically and do it in a way that doesn't lose a lot of water. That's something we'll continue to look at.
Okay, so for now, As far as, I know in 2035, there's going to be a treatment plant in the dunes. Would that help with as far as the softness of the water?
At that point, it'll be 5,000 acre feet in a 25,000 acre foot supply, so you'll still have that 10,000 acre foot component unless we do something to soften it. I think ultimately, to get a really soft supply throughout the district, we're going to have to figure out a solution for that 9,600 acre foot alluvial potable supply and try to figure out something there.
Okay, and then to Councilwoman Carson's comment on your link, if you could address that and even put it in terms so people can understand what would cost per household right now if you did go to that and give people a choice, because I don't think people quite understand, because they are putting thousands of dollars into softening their water up. And just to the district, if you could show, what that cost would be, because I don't think it would be about the same. There's going to be significant cost in there, but I don't think in terms of raising the water up to $200-300 a month. So, because right now people are paying 39 cents a gallon for drinkable water. I don't think that's fair. They have to go out someplace else to get water, bring water in, filtration systems and all that, and it is hard on the appliances in someone's home. So I know the difference of having water softener versus not having one. So, any kind of information. I know there's information on there, but if you could do a deep dive so people can understand what's going on, because going forward, that's a huge investment. I know some of the builders early on were giving folks, not giving, but supplying them with water softener as part of their deal in their homes, and now they're not. Or even if you guys could have a discount or so for water softeners, kind of working between what a homeowner does as far as choices, because they're moving into an area here where you come from Thornton, other surrounding in the regions as far as suburban areas, in a different metro area, you don't have those problems. And when you sign on the dotted line for a home and you close our mortgage, going forward, it's added cost. So whatever you can do for upfront information would be very helpful. Okay. Thanks.
All right, seeing no one else. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
We're getting some complaints that the feed's not going out.
Saw Mr. Bullock's note. We are checking.
All right, they're checking it right now. All right.
Mr. Mayor, could I just add a couple next steps to close out that
Well,
item? Number one, I wanted to point out that we have a executive session on water scheduled for 2 weeks from tonight, so we can talk a little bit more detail about some of these long-term solutions and how we can partner under the context of instructing negotiators. And then the other thing I wanted to add is that the Water Commission at their last meeting charged the city staff and the district staff with coming up with an RFP to come up with a consultant to look at all of our fees, not only for water, but for parks, traffic, and so forth, really comparing what we charge and what the district charges, and comparing those to some of our competitive cities where we're trying to attract development, to try to find out if we are competitive or if we need to make some adjustments. And so we believe we've identified some money in our budget to be able to cover that cost. The district board has already acted to allow that. We're thinking a maximum of $50,000 split half between the city and the district. So we'll update you on that as that project moves forward as well. Thanks.
All right, and I just want to make notice of our water attorney, Paul Zilas, is also in the audience. Thanks for being here, Paul. And, honestly, I think on the water thing, I think Steve had a great idea. Maybe between the city and the water district, we can come up with some kind of a supplier of water softeners can do a deal where we could actually try to make it more reasonable for our residents if they buy through a certain program. And I'd like to ask our staff to look at, since the district's going to start looking at it, our staff to look at maybe putting together a program for the opportunity for residents to buy through the city for water softeners. All right. Next item. our federal advocacy trip debrief from March. And we have today, Michelle Halstead's going to come up to the podium, I think. Yep, there she is. And we have with us Mike Dino from Pat and Bob's. So, Michelle?
Mayor and members of council. So I'm going to start by opening the presentation and then turn it over to Mr. Dino. The purpose of this presentation is to summarize our March federal advocacy trip. I know that felt like a while ago, but we wanted to summarize what occurred during that discussion, and then also talk about what next steps that we're working on, those specific legislative priorities for the remainder of this year. So a brief reminder that the 2015 priorities, there were really 5 specific legislative priorities that you all identified. We reviewed these with City Council in November of 2014, and we adopted them in December, and that really formed the basis for the work that we did in Washington, D.C. We were in Washington, D.C. March 4th through the 6th, and then we had some snow, and so we came back on the 10th to continue some of those meetings. We had 5 council members and 2 staff. There's a picture of most of you in front of the remodeled state capitol, Mr. Benson and Teeter, Mayor Ford, Mr. Bullock, Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Hayes. We had 11 meetings in total. Those included the Colorado delegation, as well as the state of Colorado. We also met with several federal agencies, and we also had a chance to talk with the White House. So to talk about the specific legislative priorities and next steps that we are looking to work on, I'd like to introduce Mr. Dino.
Great. Do I need to turn this on here?
You're on.
Am I on?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
I haven't had a chance to visit with you in this room. This is kind of big. First of all, I want to say I had a wonderful time once again in being able to join the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and the council members on the trip to Washington. I've really enjoyed the last 3 times we've been able to go. I think it's delightful, one, to see the camaraderie among the council, to see the unification on the messaging, and I think all the meetings are usually very productive and everybody does a wonderful job. And while we're somewhat scripted, I think by and large everybody has a great command of the issues, and I appreciate that. Certainly makes my role as convenient as possible in working with you. So thank you. I'm going to miss Councilman Benson next year on the trip, but I certainly look forward to Mayor Ford, Mayor Pro Tem Bullock, certainly Councilman Douglas and Councilman Teeter, and maybe some of the others joining us. So I always look forward to it, and I hope you feel it is as productive as I do. Looking at some of our priorities, certainly as it relates to the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge and your Victory Crossing endeavor, we are still very focused on what we can do with a legislative fix that gives us as much flexibility as possible with the property that's within Commerce City. And we are working on some language that would tweak the Refuge Act. Many of our meetings at Interior, the Department of Defense, even at the White House as well as at the EPA, we're focused largely on briefing those agencies on the city's intent to work on legislation that will give you flexibility in how you move forward with the future of your community, particularly where the Refuge Act has some effect on what are some restrictions right now on development opportunities. So we think we're making some good progress on that. I personally met with the regional EPA director about 10 days ago to brief him, and he seemed very supportive of what you want to do and moving forward. And certainly the Washington, D.C. meeting that we had with EPA, which was one of the meetings that had to be put off. You guys for 2 years in a row have found a way to bring a lot of snow and get a snow day out there. And so we were able to reschedule EPA, though, the following week, thankfully, because some of you were still available because of the National League of Cities. So that is one of our big issues that we continue to work on, and we'll keep you updated on that. The next one, of course, which has really, I think, when I first started working with the city council here, with your city management and looking at the priority issue, has been this ramp related to Tower Road and Pena. Our strategy, to remind folks and refresh memories, has been to really make sure we are working in partnership with our other local partners, such as the City and County of Denver and Denver International Airport and the local FAA. What we learned about 3 years ago from the FAA is that they'd be open to how this project can move forward in the manner that the city envisions, as long as everybody on the ground agrees to what are some of the challenges of allowing traffic onto Pena and adding a component to the interchange. And I think staff here has worked very diligently with staff in other jurisdictions to get to a good point, and there's still a few things to iron out, but from my perspective, you are forming those partnerships on the local level, so it will be very effective to make sure Washington feels there's nothing to get in the way of letting that last portion of the interchange go forward. So I certainly feel pretty good with it. I think the approach working locally to solve the issue will solve the problem certainly nationally, and working with DC. So I think that may be one of the things we'll be able to accomplish sooner than later, particularly this year. Moving on to the next issue, which you have been successful with, certainly, is dealing with the trains, the quiet zone crossings, and helping integrate that better into your community so that your neighborhoods and your citizens feel like they're not as intrusive. Commerce City has been a role model, has been a community of best practice on how you can really implement the quiet zones, the quiet crossings, so that they are effective. And I know the Federal Railroad Administration has really appreciated the city coming in every year to brief them on how things are going and to give them feedback. We were a little disappointed to find out that the FRA has postponed indefinitely their rulemaking on train crossings and quiet zones and such, because we wanted to contribute to that dialogue and that rulemaking. Certainly a lot of other communities are very, very anxious about that also, so we'll continue to lobby on that matter to make sure that that there is an opportunity to comment on that rulemaking sooner than later. We looked at Tiger grants this year as possibly a way to look at further efforts to deal with train crossings in your community. And those are a challenge and have been a challenge for Colorado in being successful. It's a major endeavor, and so this year's not an opportune year to pursue that. The deadline for submittals of final proposals for that is this Friday, and so we will look at that as another opportunity down the line. On the next issue, just generally what we're looking at, Congress has been pretty productive. By and large, one of the things that I point to of lately why they've been productive, it has been 5 years since either the Senate or the House, or both of them together, have passed what is called budget resolutions, which is really to say what is our target on what we want to spend for the next fiscal year, which is 2016. And this is the first time in 5 years that each chamber's put out a budget resolution. Now that, it's just a target. It's nothing set in stone, and ultimately you got to get through what is called the appropriations process to actually put hard money to what the budget actually is, starting in October 1 of this year for the next fiscal year. And so we've been paying pretty close attention on a few things that the city has had a particular interest in. Certainly on municipal financing, the president, surprisingly enough, since he's been in office, has been trying to undermine municipal financing and reduce its tax exemption. Again, in his budget, he proposed that. It has not been pursued by the folks in either the House or the Senate. So that's good news. Comprehensive tax reform, it's being discussed, particularly in conjunction with transportation reauthorization, which is the 6-year plan for transportation for this country. I don't think they're going to get to that right away. They just extended transportation reauthorization, the last one, for another 2 months, and I think in my hunch, they'll extend it through the end of the presidential election into the new Congress in 2017. So that remains to be seen. Another issue that certainly caught the eye of Commerce City is how and the ability for your community and other local communities to apply sales tax to Internet goods and services. There was legislation introduced in the Senate around the time that Commerce City was visiting Washington, D.C., and it hasn't really gotten anywhere, but at least it was introduced, and that gives it a chance to get somewhere before the end of the year. Moving on to a few other issues, one, want to congratulate the community. It was commented that, I think by Councilwoman Carson, that Commerce City is such a different community than we all remember it. I think I've told the council before, I spent my formative years working at Mile High Greyhound Park, and certainly, I remember the Commerce City then, and it's such, a fantastic community. Certainly, I liked it back then, too, for a lot of different reasons, but you've made so much progress, and the leadership of the council and the city management and everything over the last few decades has been tremendous, and you've gotten over 50,000 people, which is a threshold for entitlement funding through housing and urban development. I was on the phone with Regional HUD Director Rick Garcia last week, and we talked about getting to this threshold, some of the steps that you'll need to take to ultimately begin to receive entitlement funding. He's very excited for you to do that. Certainly, as your management knows, as Brian and Michelle know, and Jim know, the door is open over at Regional HUD for you to come in and learn more about how you can be involved more as an entitlement city. So that's a big milestone. And, for me, being a Colorado native and being a metro area native and having certainly spent time in Commerce City growing up, I think it's a great achievement, so you should be very proud of that. So with that, I think one concluding thing I want to say, while I think Congress has shown a propensity to work up until now, I think it's going to get bogged down. We now have 5 U.S. senators running for president, 4 on the Republican side, 1 on the Democratic side. And as we've seen recently on this Patriot Act issue in the last 24 hours, just 1 U.S. senator can bog down legislation. Regardless of what the President and the House, particularly on this Patriot Act issue, the President and the House, largely controlled by the Republicans, both agree on it. But you get over to the Senate and they can't agree on it. And so it's very frustrating. I think on several fronts with the transportation reauthorization, the budget, they're trying to take money away from the COPS grants that Commerce City in the past has taken advantage of. They're trying to reduce some other urban programs related to transit and other things. And so I think for the next year and a half, we'll see more challenges in Congress actually trying to get some things completed. But on the issues we're working on, I think we have some pathways to achieve success, and I certainly in the role and the privilege I have in working with you will continue to support that. So with that, I'd love to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Council have any questions of Mike Dino this evening? Mr. Benson.
These aren't necessarily questions of Mr. Dino. I'm sure he could answer them probably, but I really appreciate your service to this city. I mean, I don't know anybody that would be a better Washington lobbyist than you, Mike. So I'm glad that we finally fixated on the right one about 3 years ago. I think about 75% of what we were doing related to the Victory Crossing situation. You know, we met with the EPA, Interior, and the Army and the Pentagon. We had a very formidable group of people out there, and it's always fun to meet with all of our elected officials. It's the first time I'd ever been to the Pentagon. I guess we went into the, was it the East Wing or the West Wing of the White House? But the question that I asked when I was out there was, this is property that's on Victory Crossing. It's down at 56th in Quebec. Doesn't Kroenke Sports have the right to develop that property before we do? Isn't that part of our master development agreement?
If I might, Mayor Ford, Councilman Benson, you're exactly right. These restrictions that were working to relax our restrictions on the Cronky organization's ability to develop the land around City Hall. So ultimately, for any development to occur on the site, it would be the Cronky organization that would do it. So it's one way in which the city can help make this land more attractive for development.
But we're talking about 15 or 20 years in the future before the city's going to have the right to develop that property. And we've seen how much development that Cronky Sports has done when it's had the exclusive right over the past 10 years, which is zero. And I'm just wondering why. You know, we spent a lot of money sending 5 council members, 2 staff members, and paying Mr. Dino for his excellent services to send people out there to work 75% at least on that issue. And I'm wondering why we're doing this. There was nobody even there from Cronky Sports. And I asked that question, why is nobody from Cronky even here to help us with this? I mean, I just, when I see things like this happen, I just wonder, how does this happen? How do we go out there and spend a round-trip airfare for 7 people, lodging for 4 nights, per diem for some of you, and yet 75% of what we're working on is for Cronky Sports, which we know is not going to do anything because they've proven that over the last 10 years. Why are we spending this kind of money on this sort of thing? I mean, we've discussed the Tower Road ramp for many years in the past. That was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. And now I think we've reached a resolution of that. So I think it's helped. We've gotten the support of all of our elected representatives in Washington on that issue. And it's going to happen now for that $20,000 a year, whatever. But does anybody have an explanation of why we're going out there and spending 75% of our time trying to get restrictions lifted from the Refuge Act, which does require an act of Congress? This is not something that can be changed simply by an EPA regulation. This is going to require a federal law change. And we're doing this for Cronky Sports, and they don't even have the courtesy or the desire, apparently, to show up in Washington to help us. Was anybody from Cronky invited to go with us? And I'm asking anybody that can answer that question.
I'll answer the best of my ability, Mr. Benson. First of all, I think all of the items that we went out with Mr. Dino to meet with our representatives and our senators and congressmen and EPA, everybody we met with, I don't believe that we were there 75% to help Cronky Sports. I think that the residents of this community deserve the opportunity to have hotels and restaurants and those things on this property. And so all we were doing is, on the city's behalf, making it, opening up an opportunity for our community. I don't necessarily see that we were doing it specifically for Cronky. I see that we were doing it as a means to be able to let this piece of property develop with the services that our residents deserve. So I don't believe I was there representing Cronky. I was there representing the residents of this community to be able to have the opportunities that they deserve on the property. And so therefore I don't feel as bad as you may because Cronky wasn't there. I was trying to do a service for our residents.
I think it's...
And that's my position on it. I do feel that some of those restrictions were heavy-handed on Commerce City's end. Denver didn't get any of those restrictions. We have a high school on this property already. We went out there and fought to be able to have some of these services that our residents deserve. I didn't go out there to fight to give an advantage to Cronky at all. I was trying to give an advantage to this community.
Well, there's no doubt that those restrictions are really kind of ridiculous when you look at the property, the section right next door. That's Denver. I mean, that little notch in there. The point is, Cronky is the only entity that's going to benefit for the next 15 or 20 years from lifting these restrictions. And again, this is not a simple matter. It requires an act of Congress and a signature by the president, whoever that might be at that time. And I'm just thinking, yes, it might benefit the citizens of this community, but it's only in such a small, minute way that it's a waste of our money to go out there and spend it that way. Without having even anybody from, we would like to have hotels and restaurants on there. Cronky's had the right to do that for the past 10 years, and they've done nothing. And I don't know that they're going to do anything, even if we got this restriction lifted tomorrow, which we're not. Anyway, it's just a comment. And
you know, Councilman, let me just weigh in a second. I do think up to now the puzzle here has really been one that's involved government. And Commerce City has been in the ideal position to be an advocate because you've worked so closely with the affected federal agencies. And, you know, I think you have a good thought in that going forward, we're going to need a lot of constituencies to support a piece of legislation or an amendment to an existing one. And certainly Cronky as one of those constituencies will be important. I think at this point, we've been trying to tee up and get these various agencies all aligned to be ready for this. And as you know, I mean, I think what we heard in all the meetings that they're supportive of trying to deal with these restrictions. So we're in an ideal spot, you know, one, to get the legislation into place, working with our delegation, and then to get advocates such as Cronky or whomever the city feels is important to have weigh in to do that.
But it might be 15 or 20 years before the city actually has the right to do its own development, because I have no confidence in the fact that Cronky might step in and do anything, because they've done nothing so far. But anyway, I want to go to the EPA meeting. You know, we met with the EPA in their offices. We had 3 people there. And there were people on a telephone line. And they seemed to know a lot about this situation. And their position was that we had to do a further study, I guess further to even the one that came back and said that this property was so pure you could have a daycare facility on it. But they wanted another study. And when that meeting was over, I asked the people from the EPA in Washington, well, where were these people? And they said, well, they were in Denver. And I'm just, why do we go to Washington to have a phone call with people that we can meet with here in Denver? It's just another waste of money. And I guess that's what people want to do. I would just like to see something like that be given more thought before we go out there and send 5 people, 2 staff members, and our excellent Washington lobbyist for 4 days. Think about that a little bit more before we spend that kind of money that our taxpayers are paying us to monitor. But that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Let me comment on that. And I certainly understand where you're coming from, Councilman. Actually, the idea for the legislation came from one of those people that was in the room in Washington. And one of the challenges we've had in working with the regional EPA is they seem to be at times, and it's probably not fair to say this, but they get stuck in the weeds on the details related to risk assessment and testing. And one of our efforts, I think our effort to raise visibility with the Washington folks was to say it's time to begin to move beyond that. And certainly when Michelle and I came out of the meeting, we felt that one of the people in that meeting gave us the idea of how to make the amendment to the refuge legislation that might be the simplest way to accomplish this. So, you know, sometimes it can be hit or miss depending on who you meet with in Washington. And I'm not always sure what the outcome will be, but I was pleased that at least somebody in that room gave us a thought on how to move forward effectively. And then after meeting with the regional EPA person, Sean McGrath, who is here in Denver, he also felt that it was good that you and your colleagues had an opportunity to be visible with those folks in Washington, because he's not always going to be around. He feels some of those people may be, and we may have to call on them again.
Well, and you know, we had discussed with our elected officials how this might be accomplished, and I think everybody agreed that it was going to be something that would be tacked on to a must-pass bill. We can't do that in the state of Colorado, but in Washington you can tack anything on to any kind of a bill, as you know. And that's what they suggested, you know, because they don't want to create a big issue about this with environmental issues and all that. Just tack it on to maybe the defense bill or something that has to be passed. And I think that's probably how it's going to happen. But I don't know. I've said all I need to say about that issue.
All right. I'm going to go next.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we had a great trip, and we met with the right people out there. And I would disagree. I think a lot of those folks we couldn't meet with here, especially on the arsenal issues. The opportunity for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge to have services out there where they can have some of their maintenance folks that come in during the summertime and stay, to support the efforts of the black-footed ferret, to help grow that refuge to be for everyone in this nation that it is to our community, the opportunity for the visitation and for Dave Lucas and his team to be successful. One of the things that I was really impressed with was our meeting with Corey Gardner. Now, I know he's Senator for Colorado, but we talked to him because he serves on the Railroad Committee, and we engaged in a conversation about these overpasses that need to be placed on 104th and on 120th, and the importance, and even on 88th. And one of the things that was brought up was the additional train traffic that we're seeing from the railroads, both BNSF and UP, because of the oil industry and the amount of sand and pipe that's going one way and the amount of crude that's coming the other way, and the potential for getting some funds. And he mentioned several states, Oklahoma, Colorado, there were several, to be able to help us with these overpasses. It was worth every penny for this council to go out there to get the ramp for E470 for our residents, to meet with the FAA. I'm not putting it all at that 70% was this, 60% was that, whatever. I'm telling you that the benefits that come out of this year, last year we were able to get the efforts to allow Cronky to be able to do a hotel. We've got the MLS All-Star Game coming, and it produces $21 million in ancillary spending. And if we're not trying to capture that, we're giving up opportunities for our residents. They may not use that hotel, but they will benefit from a hotel being there because this city will be able to capture some of that ancillary spending instead of Denver always getting it. So I have to tell you, I was really impressed. I've been out there a lot of times, and the last few times I've been more impressed because you're doing a great job. We're getting in front of the right people. We're not doing it in a mob of thousands of elected officials over this nation at NLC. We're going out, and I went out just for the piece to lobby because that was important to me. I didn't stay for the conference. Now I'm glad I had council members there for the conference because they were able to take that EPA call that we weren't able to do while we were out there because of the snow day. But I think it's been very effective, not only from the railroad perspective, from the ramp from Tower Road to Pena Boulevard perspective, from the opportunity to have, and this year we were trying to get them to release the opportunity for industrial uses on this property, light industrial, so we could have office. I mean, that means that we could have sports medicine type opportunities on this facility to help grow this facility, because this facility, growing this facility, it may benefit Cronky, but ultimately it increases the revenues for this community, therefore benefiting the citizens as we give back and are able to grow infrastructure within this community. And that may be the bridge that helps us to get some of the overpasses that we need and some things like that. I think overall, it was a good trip, and I appreciate all of your efforts. Okay?
I've got one more thing.
Well, just a second. Let me get through the rest of the council first, and I'll come back to you. Mr. Bullock.
Yes, I want to thank you for your time and effort being with us out there. I totally agree with the mayor in all of his comments, and what some things aren't mentioned at their meetings that we go to where we have to split up. And the reason why there are 5 of us out there is that 3 of us go to one meeting with you and the mayor, and the other 2 with the city manager or the deputy city manager go to the other meetings, and we cover more ground in less time. You know, every meeting we had out there was productive, and the meeting at EPA, we were there. We had a telephone call with people back here, but the decision makers were sitting at the table across from us. They were getting consultation or consulting efforts from back here, but basically we were having a meeting across the table, you know, and so I totally disagree with the fact that we are wasting money and sending 5 people out there. And I mean, everything we did was productive, and this land here isn't only going to benefit Cronky, it's going to benefit the people of Commerce City. You know, I mean, I hate to use this as an example, but Northfield benefits the people of Commerce City. They have a movie theater closer to their residence, so they don't have to drive 20 miles away instead of having to drive only 4 miles away to go to a theater or to go to a restaurant to eat and everything. So if I mean, I can't run Cronky's timetable, and I don't know when and if, but I know that if anything happens, it isn't just going to benefit Cronky. This stadium benefits the people of Commerce City when they look at the taxes that come back from it. So, I mean, sometimes I don't know why people get on a soapbox and start different reasons, but I was out there, and I was out there the whole time, and I went to all the meetings, and I know how productive they were. So I'm going to just leave it at that, but I want to thank you again, because you're definitely a benefit to the people of Commerce City.
Mr. Amador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to congratulate staff and for narrowing things down to the 5 priorities and creating a brochure. It makes it very easy for our federal advocate and Mr. Dino. It is a coordinated effort from the council to the staff. That's only one part, and we can email brochures and everything else, but without Mr. Dino's help and the federal advocacy, it would just be talk. And so we're in front of the decision makers. Staff is also on the ground here in the city. When things change and snow days come up, things magically appear into our magical little cloud and our phone and updated stuff, and before you know it, we have Mr. Dino taking us to exactly where we need to go. And so it is a coordinated effort, and so I'd like to say thank you. My first couple months on council, I did attend that, and I was thoroughly impressed on the extremely well coordinated effort. So again, thank you. I don't feel that our residents might understand everything that we are doing out there and the level of attention that we get. I think the mayor did say that there is everyone in different communities trying to get the attention of our federal delegation. And so by coordinating the week before the NLC and making that happen is huge. Just since I've been on council, we have made progress, and I will point to the on-ramp at Tower. That was years and years and years of work coming, at least 5 that I know of. So that coordinated effort and the work that this council puts in is priceless and pays dividends for our residents. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, Mr. Deal, thanks a lot for coming forward and speaking on this trip. I can tell you back in 2012 we went out there, working with a different firm. We had a great lunch, and that was it. Went out there as far as trying to get things done, get our issues in front of our federal officials. It was a different trip, different mission. And since 13, 14, and this year, we had to keep the ball rolling. And where things were dropped off, we kept things going forward. Staff does a great job. So when we go over and visit our federal elected officials, yes, they are here, but we can't see them all on the same day. I think the coordinated effort and also have that book is huge because we come in and we know what we're talking about. We all have things that are top on our list as far as federal priorities, and through that effort has paid off great dividends. So I just want to tell you thank you. I mean, everybody has said great things. I don't need to repeat what has said before, but I just want to thank you and the staff because it takes a lot of time for us to come out there. We already lose 2 hours going out there. It's always that daylight savings time, so another hour lost. So it's not the best trip as far as time, but it's the best that we could do for our city. And so when we come back and we have the ramp, we have discussions, and as far as Cronky goes, it's going to take us to push things forward with their federal officials. Cronky can't do that. That's our job. We have to advocate and we have to lobby as well. So I do appreciate your time and effort.
All right, Mr. Benson.
You know, I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that going out for our federal advocacy program the week before NLC is a waste of time. No, it's not, because we have accomplished quite a bit over the years. I'm just saying that spending time on that Victory Crossing issue was a waste of time. And it's my understanding, and correct me, Mr. City Manager?
Mr. McBroom?
It's my understanding that until Cronky gets its $80 million debt paid off, that all tax revenue from concessions or whatever from Victory Crossing goes to Cronky. The city sees none of it. And that's going to go on for another 20 years. Is that a correct statement?
That's essentially correct.
I mean, they get all the money from the concessions at the soccer games. They got all the money from the concessions at the 2 music festivals we have. So nothing that happens out here is going to benefit the citizens of this city for at least 20 years. That's my point. Why don't we do something that's going to benefit the citizens maybe in 5 years? But I think that this council has shown a propensity. Let's do something that might work after 20 or 25 years. That's just not my mindset. I want to do something that's going to benefit people sooner than that. But we get no tax money out of anything that gets built on Victory Crossing until about the year. Karen, can you answer that? 2035, 2037?
Mr. Hayes was just updating me that the actual date is 2030, so approximately 15 more years.
Okay.
That the Cronky organization collects the tax revenue off of this property to retire the investment they've made into redeveloping this property.
And what they're collecting right now doesn't even pay the interest, so it's negatively amortizing right now. Is that correct?
School district.
Is that correct? So we got more than $80
correct.
million owing on it. That's all I've got to say.
I think it's important to point out that the school district, the water district, and the fire district do get taxes off of it. And so it'll help District 14. I mean, so there are some benefits to our community. I just didn't want to leave it at the community's not going to benefit for 25 years, because the community is benefiting currently, because the city may not realize any tax money from the stadium right now because of the Urban Renewal Authority. But our school district that needs that money right now, they are getting that money.
Wait, doesn't the city own the stadium? We don't pay any taxes to the school district, I mean.
Concessions do.
The Finance Authority owns the property for this stadium, and then I know that Cronky has a lease, and so
is there a payment in lieu of taxes?
The mechanism for financing it was the Finance Authority, I know. So
yeah,
I'm not sure
it's
who
a payment
owns
in lieu of taxes to the school district.
Okay.
But they do receive. And, you know, if things go right, we'll have a new firehouse here and a new administrative building. There's a lot of good things that can still happen on this property.
You can always find something.
And I have to tell you, I understand Mr. Benson's frustration with Cronky, because nothing's been built on the site that we all expected there to be services on the site by now. But efforts in Washington to help with opportunity to get those services, that's our job. And so I feel that this council's doing their job. As much as I agree with the frustrations with Cronky, with Mr. Benson, I still think we're playing our role in doing what the residents asked us to do. So, any other comments? Mr. McEldowney.
Yeah, I tried to get this in sooner. I just want to be clear. Tonight was an update on council's trip to D.C. In an effort to lobby for a number of items that the council as a collective deemed priority. So tonight's not the night to debate whether or not we should be advocating for updates to the Arsenal conditions. The point in time to have provided input on whether or not that should be something that we spent our time on in D.C. has long since passed. So I just want to say thanks, Mike. I did not get to join the advocacy trip this year, but it's obvious from even from here the work that's going on. I think not only in terms of the coordination while there, but as evidenced by your comments tonight, it's the work that leads up to the event. It's the ongoing dialogue and advocacy when we come back. I don't know that folks appreciate the fact that I don't think we've ever had this intensive of an ongoing advocacy or lobbying effort in this community, and it makes a difference. There's only so much that council members can do. There's only so much that staff can do, and it takes someone that can provide that dedicated support and has the relationships to be able to help have those conversations and keep the dialogue going forward. So thank you for that.
All right, last time, Mr. Benson.
Well, I want to agree with what Mr. McEldowney said. I think that the fact that things have increased quite a bit over the last 3 years, that's due to you and your efforts. And I'm disappointed I'm not going to be able to go out there and help you, so to speak, in doing our advocacy for this city. So thanks a lot for your help.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Dino, thanks for coming in tonight. Keep up the good work and the efforts for Commerce City, and it's a team effort, but we're all doing a good job back in Washington. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, take care.
Next item, Economic Development Quarterly Activity Update, and I'll invite Economic Development Director Michelle Claymore forward to make her presentation. And it looks like Michelle Hill is coming over here to do this. Michelle Claymore's over here. So we're surrounded. Give us the good news.
Triple teamed by Michelle's tonight. Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you. I would like to give a quick update on the Economic Development Division and the Q1 Economic Activity Report that we commissioned from Development Research Partners, or DRP. With me tonight is Michelle Hill, which I think all of you know. She's been with the city for about 8 years. But I did also want to introduce our newest economic development team member, and that's Will Conciergra.
Welcome aboard.
Will comes to us from New Mexico. He's a recent relocation, and most formerly was with the New Mexico State Land Board. So we're very, very lucky to have him with us. Unfortunately, I've got some bad news, too. We did, unfortunately, lose Laura Sanders. Her husband took a new job in Atlanta, so her last day was last Friday. So once again, we're going to try and get that economic development team to full staff here over the next couple months. Okay, so some of these I did show to you the last time I was up here. I believe that was in February. Since that was in a briefing session and it wasn't public, I decided to put a couple of these slides in, but we'll go through them very quickly. So what you see in front of you is the Economic Development Team's program for the year. We've put our program into 3 different main areas: business attraction, business retention and expansion, and marketing commercial real estate opportunities. And these are the programs that we're working on. What we do with our economic activity report is it really helps guide us in these different program areas. So we really look at these economic indicators to understand where we need to put our resources. So the report that we present, that you have with you, is divided into these different 5 areas. We have economic headlines, economic activity, consumer activity, residential real estate, and commercial real estate. So the economic headlines for this last quarterly report, and I just want to remind everybody that, I feel so short, that a lot of the data points in this report are data points that Development Research Partners feel are the most important data points for us to look at. any data source that we have out there is not perfect, and it's also going to come to us in different time frames. So as we go through this, sometimes we're going to have different quarter data, we're going to have data that is from different sources, and this is what DRP is having us look at. And to the best of our ability, we'll interpret it to use it for our economic development program. So looking at the economic headlines, really what you see up there is what you've been seeing in the newspaper. So the metro area really has a very robust economy right now. And if you look at the rankings throughout the United States, Colorado and the Metro Denver area is coming up very high in a lot of these areas. Fourth best for STEM professionals, third best state in the country for our economy. Metro Denver is the sixth best state for recent graduates to find a job, and Metro Denver among the top 4 areas to become an entrepreneur. Those are pretty kind of cool, and that's what we use in our marketing program. For us in Commerce City, as we look at the first quarter in 2015, we had a couple of business expansions and attractions, groundbreakings and grand openings. First is, it was fun to announce that the Sapp brothers were adding a natural gas fueling station. Titan Machine, which has been a long-term Commerce City company, opened up a 14,000 square foot new facility along 104th. That retained 84 jobs to the city. And Old Dominion Freight Lines is going through a 53,000 square foot dock and IT center expansion. For business groundbreakings, you have Mayor right there at the groundbreaking for Rush Truck Centers. It's an 83,000 square foot project, adding 30 jobs to the city. And then grand openings, again, we see new retail coming in the 104th corridor with MVP Physical Therapy, Reunion Smiles, and Walgreens opening up. Reunion Marketplace also had an announcement with Jimmy John's, AT&T, and Little Caesars coming into their inline center. And then across the street at Aspen Hills is a new Perfect Teeth that's under construction. Now, I know that there's been a lot of discussion about trying to attract a sit-down restaurant and hotel throughout the city, but particularly up north to service the Reunion area. I can tell you that recently the economic development team and our mayor went out to Recon, which is a retail real estate conference that's in Las Vegas, and we really pitched those two areas pretty hard. In 3 days, I think we had 24 conversations with developers, retailers, and real estate professionals to really try to pitch that Commerce City is ready for those activity. I would say we probably had more success on the hotel side. We had a lot of hotels that were looking at us, still needing to work really hard on that sit-down restaurant. The other thing that we found out during Recon is that the Reunion Center, the old Native Grill site that was under construction by Native Grill and Wings, we had a bakery that was looking at it that we were hoping that deal would go through. It had a sit-down part of it. Unfortunately, it did not pencil out economically, and Shea has accepted a letter of intent from another fast food chain. Not at liberty to say who it is, but really wanted to let you know that was coming. Okay, back to our numbers. The number of businesses in Commerce City rose by 6.5%. I'm going to kind of go through these economic indicators very quickly, and at the end, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask us. But really, our numbers look similar to the last quarter that I presented. I would say that our number of businesses, employment, and average weekly wage, which all had a percent change over 6%, all look very, very good. So the Metro Denver is doing very well in this area, and so is Commerce City. Looking at our labor force, we had a 1.3% change in our labor force, a growth, and our unemployment rate went down 2.5%. Now, what I find interesting about that unemployment rate is that I remember before the recession, if the unemployment rate was below 5%, everybody was concerned about a workforce shortage. And I haven't heard that yet, so I assume it's coming, but 4.7% for our unemployment rate is pretty good. Our total retail sales are up 6.3% from last year and up 12.3% from the earlier data that we showed from quarter to quarter. So retail's going up, and if you look at Adams County and Metro Denver, they're all up as well. So a good quarter for our retail sales. Existing home sales isn't quite as rosy as it was last time. If you remember, the last quarter report showed that we were a little above average for our sales as compared to the metro area. In this report, we're actually a little bit under. We were single-family detached and single-family attached. Attached is down by 28%, and single-family detached is down by 5.9%. But the good news is if you look at those home values, again, you see a lot of newspaper articles talking about the value of homes going up in the metro area. Well, they're doing the same in Commerce City. That's quite a jump from first quarter 2014 to first quarter 2015 with that value. So we like seeing that those values go up. And then if you look at the average sold price, it's doing the same. Average apartment rents and vacancy, still a very tight market in Commerce City. We talked about this last time, but vacancy rate for Commerce City is about 4%. Residential building permits, we saw 81 units for first quarter 2015 as compared to 75 in first quarter 2014. Hopefully that'll go up. I know that there's a lot of planned residential building that is out there, so I think next quarter and the following quarters we'll see those numbers go way up. Commercial vacancy and lease rates by property type. That's a lot of data on one slide. Sorry, guys. So office. So our office market added 11,800 square feet in the first quarter, and vacancy rates fell to 4.9%. Lease rates went up 6.7%. So, and just for the record, we have about 337,000 square feet of office space in Commerce City. Then you look at our retail, we have about 1.3 million square feet of retail, 4.4% vacancy. Our lease rates are up 4.8%. And so retail's looking pretty good. Flex is the only one that saw vacancies increase, which you don't want to see. So our vacancy rates are at 3.7%. But we have a pretty small market, so I'm not very concerned about that vacancy rate. We're only at 243,000 square feet. Warehouse and distribution is where most of our real estate is. 6.7, a little over 6.7 million square feet of warehouse distribution space in Commerce City. And you look at that vacancy rate, 1.3%, that means we're almost entirely full with our warehouse and distribution facilities. It's putting a lot of demand on our land that's out there. We have a lot of new distribution facilities looking for land because they can't find the existing space, and these numbers kind of show that. In our other industrial markets, the manufacturing space and anything else not categorized as warehouse, we have about 2.4 million square feet, and that's also a very, very low vacancy rate, 2.6%. So really, we're seeing a lot of demand in our industrial market, but we don't have a lot of space to fill that demand. So we really, really need new buildings, new developers to come in and add space to our market. Commercial building permits, we did not have any new ones. As you see, we kind of republished the fourth quarter 2014. First quarter 2015, all of the permits were really more for tenant finish and not for new construction or anything that added square footage. So nothing new to report there. And that was a very quick overview. So we go to our key findings. Everything looks good other than the home sales for detached and attached. And then if you look at our key findings for the commercial real estate vacancies, the only one that was different than the last quarter was our flex market, which was the vacancy rate was up 3.7%. So that was a very quick update from economic development. Is there any questions I can answer?
Thank you so much. It's again, it's great to begin seeing these on a quarterly basis. Good data for us to know and understand, and I think you start to see the high level information, and you start to then want to dig in on certain areas. And the one thing that jumps out at me this go round is on page 11 in terms of the vacancy and lease rate information. We hear about retail as the big need, and I know we've exchanged some notes with regard to comments and questions from the community in terms of why, right? There's a perception out there that somehow we can wave a magic wand or we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing to create these opportunities for retail. And at the end of the day, as we just heard in your example with the former, the site that the Wings Place was looking at, that's another party that controls the decision on who they want to do business with on that site. But the thing that does concern me is looking at our per square foot lease rate relative to Metro Denver, over $2 per square foot higher than Denver Metro in terms of average lease rate. To see a higher number.
I think what the difference could be, I don't know, I could go back and look at the number, but I think the difference is in Metro Denver you have all different types of retail, whereas we have such a smaller retail market in Commerce City and most of it's newer.
Right.
And the newer ones are going to demand a higher lease rate. So
this may be a number that's been flattened out due to the range of available retail sites that can be included in the number. Is it at all possible to get inside of that number and have a more apples to apples number?
Sure, I can go back and ask
Okay.
DRP to look at that.
I think that's important because, again, from helping to manage assumptions, expectations, et cetera, if somebody sees that we have that our retail is more expensive, the first question is going to be, well, what are we doing about it?
Mhm.
And to that point, I guess if in fact we are higher, then to me it calls into question the way in which we might incentivize, right? How do we take the edge off of the per square foot lease rate, for example, if that's going to make or break somebody's number? Are those things that we can look at to help make something palatable for somebody to come in and...
I think you bring up a good point as far as the business case for retail. We have not heard that the lease rate is really what the concern is at this point. They're really still looking at the number of rooftops. They're looking at the income levels. They're looking at the market trade area.
Right.
It could be that as we start attracting more retailers, then they're going to dive down and look at that lease rate, so we should understand that.
Okay.
So we'll do a little bit more investigation into that. But we should also look at the housing numbers and the new housing units, too, as well.
Well, and I think the other piece to this, obviously, is we all want to see the retail and have those options available to us. But at the other side of that is the need for jobs, right? And the more jobs we're able to supply or help bring into the community, the greater the case then for folks to bring in that sit-down restaurant or those other retail opportunities, because they'll have the daytime and early evening population, not just moms and dads. And I think that's the challenge, is that even with the existing retailers, restaurateurs that we have, they are not flush with revenue as a result of the weak daytime population. So when folks are concerned that we're not making it happen in terms of eateries, the reality is we're trying to bring in jobs. And to me, that's the right thing to be doing. I know it's a bit of more of an investment mindset than a immediate payoff, if you will. But if we can bring in those jobs, whether it's another dentist or another nail salon,
They all help, don't they?
They all help create a trade area. I know that one of the questions that continues to come up, and not to put you on the spot, but you mentioned the trade area, and we do have some difficulty in terms of our trade area. It's very easy for us to compare what's happening in Brighton or what's happening in the Southland, or in your former neck of the woods in Jefferson County, and say, well, why are they able to do these things and we're not? And the easiest way, I guess I see it, is we have this giant refuge that we're getting ready to hear a great update on, and it's an exciting asset for us. But at the same time, it's a giant piece of land that doesn't have anybody on it. And when you look at the fact that we have our two major retail centers sitting at 104th and Tower, and if I draw a big radius from that map point, how much of that radius takes in prairie dogs and foxes and bald eagles? And they don't buy burgers, and they don't go to sit-down restaurants, they don't use dentists, and that's a difficulty. If I draw that same map point at a place in Brighton, and I now take in northern Commerce City, and I take in all parts of Brighton, that's a whole other formula. And as easy as it is for us to perceive that, well, they get it, we should be able to get it too, people have to make the numbers work from a business case perspective, and as frustrating as it is, we have some unique geography that we have to solve for. I mean, is that a fair way to explain it to folks?
Jason, that was almost textbook. Thank you. That was very good. Yes, that's exactly what's happening in the marketplace and what we're hearing. Before we went to Recon, our team was sitting down with a lot of the real estate brokers in the area so that we could better understand what those are. And almost verbatim from what you said is a lot of what we were hearing. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And obviously that same thing applies when we talk about Northfield and the challenge of, well, why aren't we seeing it here? Again, you shift it just a little bit further, and you're now drawing in us and you're drawing in them. So, again, thank you. I appreciate the work you guys are doing. I know it's not easy, but we know you're up to the task. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. First, I want to touch on a few things from Recon, just because I have the opportunity. I need to thank the residents in this council for letting me go out and represent the city with the economic development team. We did have a lot of meetings. I think a lot of very productive meetings. I think it's important to bring up the fact that another trade area is that 104th and Highway 2. We met with the folks that own Bonneview, their desire to start getting something done with that property. And they seemed very energetic about getting movement around 104th and Highway 2. We had some great meetings with hotel users. Some of the folks, when we sit down, one guy said, look, I know you want to sit down a restaurant, but when you get one, you'll get three. They don't come as singles, which is good. It's just we need one to start. And when you talk about that daytime population, Jason, one of the things is that's how most sit-down restaurants look at the numbers, is from that daytime population. However, there is one evening restaurant that while we're out there, I asked the gals to look into, because they base their numbers on dinner crowds. And we have a huge dinner crowd because they don't serve lunch. And that's Texas Roadhouse. So there are some businesses out there that base that look at numbers differently than the daytime population. And I want to make sure that we're looking out and trying to find what those businesses are, because I think a Texas Roadhouse would be awesome up around 104th and Chambers. So we did learn a lot. We talked to a lot of folks. I'm not going to tell you what got done and what didn't get done while we're out there, because I don't want to blow the presentation for the economic development team when they present on ICSE Recon. But I'll be there to help them out. There is a lot going on in Commerce City. There is some new businesses moving in. There are some businesses that are expanding, and that's good. And we continue. Our home builders are continuing to put homes up. We're continuing to get daytime population by having those nail salons and the doctor's offices and that stuff. And I noticed the development that's down on 104th and about Potomac. I always forget the guy's name that's running it. I always keep thinking, what's his name? Brett Steinbar. I always think the other guy out on Tower. But Brett Steinbar's development, I noticed that he's about built out all of his buildings. And that means that he has incubator businesses in there, and he's creating daytime population. And so we need that daytime population for most traditional sit-down restaurants. And it is very frustrating to sit in my seat knowing what the residents want and not have the means to deliver it. And it will come. We're going to have sit-down restaurants in this community. But it's like the fast foods. As soon as one goes in, look at the 7-Eleven that went up on Tower and 104th, or Chambers and 104th. They didn't want any other businesses up there because they were selling milk like a grocery store. So the fast foods, Taco Bell goes in, and guess what? All the others want to jump in because they're doing so well. It's just a matter of time, and we're getting there. And the ladies, and now we have a new gentleman. The economic development team is doing their job. And I mainly wanted to just thank everybody for letting me go and letting me be a part of that advocacy group to bring more business to our community. But
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, to really roll out what happened and what's going to happen. I don't want to steal the Economic Development Team's thunder. So
This
thank
was
you. We had a great time out there and went to a lot of meetings. My feet were sore for 3 days afterwards.
Me too.
But I appreciate all of your efforts.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Need to get some new shoes.
Anyone else? No, actually, Mr. Benson, I wore cowboy boots, and I think Michelle Hill, we did what, 10 miles the first day? 10 miles in cowboy boots.
That's what I'm saying.
And I would do it again tomorrow.
You need to get some new shoes.
No, cowboy boots are the way to roll, especially at a conference.
Mayor, did Michelle have heels on?
No, Michelle did not have heels on. But I did carry around a colorful bag for him one day. Brought out my feminine side, but it was okay. I tried to help out a little bit. But it was a good trip, and I know we were successful. We've got some stuff coming in. I wish I could sit here and say, yeah, well, you know what, we're going to have native grill and wings. But that's not our fault. And I wish that we had more control over what went where, but we don't. And so we have to keep reaching out, and when we get that first one, we'll get 3. And it'll be just like everything else that happens. And we want it to happen sooner than later. But all I can say to the community is please be patient. We're working very hard to try to get that sit-down restaurant that everybody wants.
One more.
Go ahead, Mr. McEldowney.
Thanks. I did just have one more. Obviously, the highlights on the new businesses are great. There are some businesses that are cropping up, as the mayor mentioned in the product there on 104th and Potomac there at North Forest. And we've also had another business that's recently opened over in Bell Creek, an office share. It'd be great if we could, and I don't know if some of these are folks that have been in touch with you, but I was made aware of an opening called the Office Share, which is on Bell Creek Boulevard, just right there with the new little retail section.
Great, okay.
There had been some efforts to try and locate an office share type amenity at the Brett Steinbar product that didn't take
North
off.
Forest.
But they were able to get off the ground there in Bell Creek, and it'd be great to see if we could touch base with them. I think from an incubator perspective, and this is something that we talked about before you came on board, is that idea of, it's folks like Brett or these other folks who are taking the risk to put these facilities in that allow folks to get that toehold on a new business. We've got another yoga studio that just opened up in the North Forest complex. So all of these, have the potential to become bigger and move within the community. I know that the current CrossFit folks down at 104th and Highway 2 are in need of moving because the folks who manage that property want to see something else come in there. They want to make more money off the product. So they're looking hungrily for another location, and they're not finding something. They want to continue to serve the community. So these are some businesses that I would love to see us look at how we help them. I mean, these are folks who have incubated here in the community. They want to grow in the community. And as you highlighted in your presentation, we don't necessarily have a great dearth of places for them to locate. And for them to, try and break ground and build something on their own, that's not within the realm of possibility for most of those businesses. They need a place that's built and they can lease. So,
one of the roles of our newest economic development team member, Will, is really to put a pretty robust business retention and expansion program together. So he will be working with a lot of these small businesses to make sure that as they expand through the community, we try and keep them in the community.
It would be great. I'd love to give you a list of some of those folks to reach out.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I did go over to North Forest. They had an open house on Thursday, and all the units.
The law firm?
Yes, all the units over there, full State Farm, insurance companies, law firms. It's really unique to see how those offices blend in with the neighborhood. It has a good flow. And then I also tell economic development team, you guys are doing a good job because, as you know, we've had a lot of folks come in and take over your position. We get the ball rolling and then things stop. So it's just, and we have a town hall here a couple of nights from now, and this is going to come up. So it's good that we have this presentation and give people a little history of what has happened. What's our future, and that I think we need to play a bigger role with these developers So they don't choose to go with the fast food, kind of help them out. I know we have incentives out there and all that to help push things along, to close the deals. And, we were so close with the Native Wings. And that things are going to happen, but we have to know that it's been a lot of growing pains because Sister City is such divided because of Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge. And in fact, their median income in this area of town is around $70,000. Folks have cars. So, when it comes to marketing, these companies, these restaurants do great at marketing, and they pull people from our area. And so for them to go spend $2-3 million to build a restaurant when their numbers are increasing by 5 to 10% every year makes it hard for them to justify coming into our site. So as we get more rooftops and all, which we will, and when land develops, opens up, because when one area closes, gets full, that gives them more opportunity for somebody else. There's still that corridor on that northeast side of Chambers and 104th. I know the folks there are willing sellers and all, and things are going to happen. And when they do, it's going to be a domino effect. So I appreciate all the effort that your team has done for us so far, and I think we are just right there at the peak. So we need to make sure our residents know exactly what our role is as far as the city and how we can help our developers and help these companies come in. We are problem solvers. We're not the ones who actually come in and build things for them. These are investors who come in and look at an area and for long-term sake, because they want to make sure, everyone makes sure they have a guaranteed on investment. So I appreciate your effort. Thanks.
All right, seeing no one else, thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
And thank you to the team.
Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge Comprehensive Conservation Plan. Mr. Lucas, will you and your counterpart please come forward and make your presentation?
Well, very quickly, my name is David Lucas. I'm the refuge manager of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. I brought with me Bernardo Garza. He is the planning team leader who is assisting us with this. Real quick, but thank you for once again hosting us and taking the time. I always find it just fascinating to sit through the meetings and listen to all the work that you guys are doing. Pretty amazing. You have some pretty big vision for this area, and that's what it takes to really move things forward. And I appreciate your support as well on your advocacy trips and everything else. I will tell you that behind the scenes, those trips do make a difference. They make phone calls. They rattle things. I can tell you that the garrison commander at Fort Carson received a phone call before you guys got up there, and Charlie had to talk to him and explain. And so the same with me. When you guys go up there, I get phone calls, my bosses get phone calls, and all the information gets passed around that people are talking and they're interested, and that leads to some energy behind the scenes within federal government, which is worth something. So, real quick explanation. This presentation is the presentation that your public, that your constituents are getting. I'm going to breeze through some of these because you guys know the history very, very well, and just want to get to kind of the guts in the essence of time. But this is the presentation that we are doing. We just did a meeting and reunion this evening. That was our first public meeting, and we continue to get better at these presentations at each stop. So whoever gets it last gets the best presentation, and that will be at the Commerce Rec Center next week.
Just quickly, what was your attendance like?
Pretty low. We only had 4 people show up in reunion. But
I'm gonna get on a public shaming mission. We've had a lot of social media banter as of late with hundreds and hundreds of comments, and we're just not getting people to show up to things.
Right.
And it's incredibly frustrating. I mean, for you guys to put the time and energy into bringing your team out to get input and to have 4 people show up is shameful.
I don't know if I'd call it shameful, because everyone's busy, and I actually went to a class last week on building public participation and building consent in difficult situations, and that's not the Arsenal, thankfully. That's my other side of my job over at the Flats. But, they said, probably the most unfavorable way for us to get good public participation is public meetings.
Yeah.
We're challenging supper time, we're challenging kids' homework, we're challenging everything that's going on in your life. We're asking you to come out at 6 to 8. So who do we get? We get a couple of people that are supporters, and we get a whole room full of people who really don't like us.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily the public participation that you're after when you're seeking good comments and good information.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the comment. So, well, I'm here today to talk about the Comprehensive Conservation Plan, or AKA what we would call a master plan. Very quick, you guys know we're the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That's who I work for. I work for the branch of the Fish and Wildlife Service. It's the National Wildlife Refuge System. We manage 560 national wildlife refuges across the country, several 100 million acres of real estate for fish and wildlife conservation. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal is all that is included in this plan that we're talking about. We have different plans for each unit. It was established in 1992, about 16,000 acres, which you guys know. So again, once again, our plan was last created in 1996, and we are talking about a new plan here in 2015 that will lead the refuge forward for the next 15 years. We started this in the summer of 2013 with 4 scoping meetings: Reunion, Green Valley Ranch, Stapleton, and Commerce City. We received comments from a great deal of people very quickly. These are some of the main comments that were received at that time: connecting people to nature, improving the promotion and more outreach on the refuge, setting clear expectation about what a refuge is and what it is not, maintaining a sense of retreat from the surrounding urban settings, collaborating with our partners to improve environmental education on and off the refuge, interpret the important site history of the Arsenal, improve and expand visitor facilities and programming, more trails, interpretive media, environmental education, greater outreach, and improve access and transportation systems, more biking, additional entry points, expanded wildlife drive, and neighborhood connections. So we did that pre-planning. We did our scoping. We worked for about 2 years with a very vast planning team. Need to give big kudos to Mr. Kramer, his staff, Lori, her staff, all sorts of stuff, Carolyn, her staff, all these folks that helped us. We had 34 different state and local governments helping us, probably the most active planning team I've ever been involved in, coming up with great ideas, really helping to move things forward. We came up with an environmental impact statement. That's a requirement under NEPA. That's the short word. And came up with 4 alternatives very quickly. We'll skip that with you guys. First alternative was no action. No action is a requirement for us to compare baseline. So that's current management, as if we made no changes to our management of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge. Visitor Services Program facilities will remain pretty much the same at current pace. I have some maps, but I'll focus mainly on the ones close that are more with more actionable items. Alternative B is what we call the traditional refuge. Most of our national wildlife refuges are in rural settings. This is obviously not. This is a very urban setting, very unique setting. But our traditional refuges are much more based on hunting, fishing, and typical waterfowl production and things of that type. This is an urban refuge. So the traditional refuge would be more restricted, focus more on those wildlife-dependent recreation opportunities. On all 3 action alternatives, there's several things that you'll see throughout here. Your all's work on Second Creek and First Creek and those corridors has been essential. That's pretty exciting to see you that your folks got grants on that you passed into the budget tonight. But that's an important aspect of all of these alternatives. The DIA, Pena Conservation Corridor is also very important to all alternatives. Restoration of native species on the refuge are considered in all 3 alternatives, including the endangered black-footed ferret. Alternative C is what we call the urban refuge alternative. The emphasis of this is to deal with what you guys have heard me talk about a lot, which is we really feel that conservation for the future is based upon connecting future generations to conservation and the important work that our agency does and all of our agencies do for conserving land for the future. So urban refuge is how to make the Rocky Mountain Arsenal the most successful urban refuge in the country through expanded visitor services, wildlife-dependent recreation, and making it far more accessible to the neighboring communities opening access points, and developing enhanced transportation systems. And one thing that you'll hear me talk about, and that's very important to our planning, was the expanded visitation that's occurring at the refuge. We saw 23,000 visitors in 2012. We saw over 300,000 visitors last year. Reasonable projections are that over the next 15 years, visitation to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Refuge could exceed 1 million visitors per year. That is a huge number of people that requires a lot of planning with federal highways people, with DOT people, people that understand intermodal and how we integrate RTDs and trails and connect with your trails and connect with Aurora's trails and connect with Denver's trails, and how all this fits together so that we protect what is important about the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge for those visitors to keep coming back. Some key highlights on that is the big 7-mile blue loop on your map would be open to the public. It's currently only open for guided tours, which we offer 3 days a week on our one tour bus. So we're getting, let's say, a full bus, 36 people, 3 times a week, 100 and change. We would open that road up to one-way traffic going counterclockwise. And some other things in that is we are proposing what's called Partners Village down near Commerce City there at 64th and Quebec, hoping to take advantage of the million-plus visitors to create some ecotourism and some opportunities through concessions, et cetera, in that part of the world. Another thing that's been very interesting and on people's minds is when we talk about alternative entry points, we're not talking about cars. We believe very strongly that if we had other vehicle entrances into the refuge, that the refuge would become a thoroughfare. People would cut the corner to go to the airport, they'd cut the corner to go home, they'd cut the corner for whatever. So there's only one vehicle entrance, one main entrance in all alternatives, which is the current Prairie Parkway entrance. That's an important aspect to our planning. But you will see on this that there are quite a few new bicycle and pedestrian access points. You can see one up on 96 in Chambers to go up to Henderson Hill. You can see how that comes around down Buckley Road. What we heard loud and clear from the residents is, example, somebody at 96 in Chambers has to basically drive, bike, hike, whatever, almost 11 miles to get to the main gate. And then they're in the refuge and they can do what they need to do. That's obviously with traffic and everything else, that can be a pretty time-consuming commitment, which makes frequent use of the refuge for our neighbors and our schools a little more challenging. So additional access points, opening up things like Rattlesnake Hill, renovating the Wildlife Watch on the eastern side, all sorts of stuff going on in Alternative C to make it basically what we would like to call the premier urban national wildlife refuge. Alternative D is a little more hard to comprehend, but it was called the Gateway Refuge, where much more of the focus is on the larger geographic area in terms of an ecosystem, using the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge to interpret the Great Plains, to interpret other national wildlife refuges, to interpret other state lands, other county lands within this area, and the need for conservation. So more work would be done off-site. We also included some things. It's pretty similar to C, but an increased emphasis on private vendors, concessionaires, outfitters to assist us in doing our job. But other things were pretty similar. Probably the most substantive difference in this is probably that we recommended moving the refuge headquarters out to 62nd and 64th and Quebec as well, kind of to support that partner village concept. There's pros and cons to that from a planning perspective, which we analyzed, but it's a proposal at this point. But again, the big difference between C and D is more work done off-site, interpreting a larger geographic area. So we are completing an environmental impact statement. That's the most rigorous environmental compliance document. That way we are set for the next 15 years. It analyzes everything from geology to cultural resources to transportation to socioeconomics, et cetera. So the planning team, those 34 team members, those 34 organizations, we met and we decided to move forward with the proposed action is Alternative C, the urban refuge. We felt that this best meets the purposes, the vision, and the goals for the refuges and follows the service's new urban refuge initiative. key aspects: first CCP in the country that would be developed around the new Urban Refuge Initiative, reintroduction of the endangered black-footed ferret and other native species, plain sharp-tailed grouse, possibly pronghorn, other native species, connecting the refuge through the Rocky Mountain Greenway Trail Network. As you'll recall, that's the trail that goes from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal through Two Ponds to Rocky Flats up to Rocky Mountain National Park, co-managing adjacent private lands for wildlife and land management partnerships. So that's the kind of work that we're all working together and collaborating on Second Creek, First Creek, all these different things that are going on to make sure that we can kind of expand that footprint and work together and be more efficient. Significantly expand compatible wildlife-dependent recreational opportunities, the infrastructure and facilities to support that. Goal being broader range of visitors and connecting with urban residents. Additional pedestrian access points to connect to local and regional trails. Work with our partners to cross-promote programs and neighboring communities in the Partners Village. Work with RTD, promote bike sharing, some of the exciting stuff that's going on with the new trains coming in around us. Develop new, more inviting refuge entrance and fencing alignment are also two big things that we heard loud and clear from lots of people that are in Alternative C. And to seek ways to enhance and significantly improve our transportation systems and facilities. That is mostly in response to the potential demand on 1 million plus visitors per year, making sure we have the good planning to be ahead of that. So where exactly we are, we're on the draft on the far left. We are soliciting public input and partner input at this moment in time. During the summer, we will respond to comments and prepare the final EIS. We will do what's called a record of decision. That's the final document in an EIS. And we will make our decision on how we're going to move forward. Then we will prepare a final CCP, which is our actual kind of working document that I'll use day in and day out that gives me the tools to move forward with implementation. We want to be very clear again and again that implementation of our plan and these changes, it's a 15-year time horizon. It's necessarily based on opportunities. A lot of our funding comes from grants. So if a transportation grant becomes available, transportation may come first. If an education grant comes first, it's hard to come up with a 1 through 30 in terms of our priorities because our funding comes in different ways. And our other main point that we want everyone to understand is if a conflict does arise between our implementation of these changes and our core purpose, which is fish and wildlife conservation, wildlife wins. Wildlife will always win on the refuge. And then we periodically evaluate these plans and revise them as necessary. So Bernardo in the room, unfortunately, has to solicit all the public comments and collect all those public comments and help us work through all those public comments. But we're accepting them through July 6th, and we really do want public comments, and we really do want to hear from your constituents, and we want to hear their ideas in writing. We don't want to hear scuttle. We don't want to hear people in coffee houses or talking about something. We want them to write it down and get it to us, because that's the best way for us to make sure we have exactly what's on their mind and get it right, and we will be able to respond to those comments. So when we get comments, we review them, and we make changes as according. And they can comment at the public meetings. They can comment on email. They can comment in writing, and they can go on the website, and they can comment online. So with that, I'd like to take questions. And I think I will go back to a map in case people have questions that kind of reference a map.
All right, does the council have any questions for Mr. Lucas? We'll start with Mr. Bullock.
I just want to thank you being on the Friends group and doing the tour of not only the wildlife refuge here, but of Rocky Flats, and knowing the jobs that you have to do, which aren't always easy, and you don't always have agreeable people. I just want to thank you for it, and just mention to the people that are out there watching, if you do have any comments, look at the last page of this and write down the address so you can get your comments in on online, and so they're documented, and all the comments will be shown and be referred back to and answered. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Renee.
Mr. McEldowney.
Thanks again. Obviously, it's great to hear the update. I talked a lot about this plan after we last heard from you, and we just obviously were talking about economic development before you got up here, and the need to drive activity, to drive business, and the fact that we're seeing the type of growth in visitors that you've cited, and the future forecast for visitors is mind-boggling. What's exciting to me as somebody who lives on the north end of the refuge and has the challenge that you just described, the ability to be able to get into the refuge and experience the refuge through the fence as the plan calls for, creates something that is less a barrier, right? This big geographic block that exists south of the folks that live up north, and becomes an extension of their community. And I think that's one of the more exciting pieces of this, and obviously not just for the folks who live north of the refuge, but obviously with the ideas that you guys have for the eastern half of the refuge and connecting that to the community as you move east of the current boundary. 88th and Buckley are now closed down because we've opened up 96th, and I was out on my road bike training this weekend and decided to go and explore those roads where I'm not fighting with cars. And it was exciting to get down to the turn at 88th and Buckley and see some folks coming on their mountain bikes down the old Buckley Road. And I could just envision, as this plan takes shape, that becoming the norm as opposed to the exception. And I think it's just, it's going to be neat to see these fences move in, to be able to interact and see that that space become community space as opposed to something off behind the fence, because it's beautiful. And you get out there and, 50 feet from a road and you're in a different world. I see amazing things out there when I go, and it's fantastic. So thank you. And I think the vision is spectacular. And again, I hope we can continue to partner and see this happen sooner than 15 years.
Yeah. Well, that eastern side excites me almost more than anything right now. The fact that Buckley's closed down a little bit more makes it even more awesome. The Second Creek work is amazing. But I just think people miss the enormity of that. I mean, that's 5 linear miles from 96 down to 56.
Mm-hmm.
That's thousands of acres of land that's available, and some of the best land on the arsenal that will be opened up through these trails and these bike trails for folks to experience, which is pretty neat. I mean, I saw, no underestimate, I saw at least 50 people on the perimeter road on 96 driving to the meeting at Reunion tonight, just taking advantage of it, whether they're young, old, strollers, bicycles, hikers.
Mm-hmm.
So it is something that people need in their lives, and it's something your constituents want in their lives. We just need to figure out ways to make it, to take down some of those kind of arbitrary barriers as best we can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Amador.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas, for your presentation. You're paving the way for something truly as a gem within our community. The groundwork has to be laid, and so this is the difficult part. Again, as everyone has expressed, from economic development and suburban and urban sprawl and where we're going, the more we work to preserve this and see what it looks like in 10, 15 years, even 5 years, to see where this is going is huge. So thank you for your work, and then you get to put together all these wonderful presentation slides with wildlife and all these exotic pictures, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Benson?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. When do you think that counterclockwise trail is going to be open?
Well, honestly, you put me on the spot, which is good. Everything in the plan is, I have to tell you, is not decided until we get to that record of decision. I'm pretty confident that decision will be in the favor of opening that. And if so, our plan is to hopefully have it open by winter 2015. So that would be January 2016, in that time frame for the spring of the next year. Basically, all we need to do is go out and get the traffic signs in place. They're putting the bison cattle guards in place right now as we speak. So it's just.
So is the only way to access it from this entrance over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what will be the surface of that trail?
Oh, that road's there. It's a hard paved road right now. It is constructed. It was about a $7 million road. It's just, according to our current management, it's only available for the tour bus.
But there won't be any motor vehicles on it besides the tour bus, right?
If we open it, it would be available to public vehicles.
Oh.
Right now, it's tour bus only.
Okay.
If we open it, it would be open to one-way traffic because as designed, it really is not designed for two-way traffic. It's not wide enough, according to federal highways and others, to
Okay.
make sure of it.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. So
Mr.
hopefully
Doug-
next year.
Mr. Douglas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lucas. Thank you for the update. It's always nice to hear what's going on right here in our backyard. And then driving down 56 and then Highway 2 and then 96, it's unbelievable that's 27 square miles and home to 330 different species. And you could spend your whole weekend out there. And I think people are starting to understand what we have right here. They don't have to travel up the mountains to see that, and kids can have a wildlife adventure out here without having to even go to the zoo. So I do appreciate the updates and keeping us informed what's going on. And there's been a lot of activity over there that we've had certain activities have happened over here, and which has contributed to traffic. So I really appreciate you coming in here and giving us an update.
Thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure to have you here, Dave. We're looking forward to all the improvements that you spoke about. I think it just adds to what the residents have the opportunity to do here. I hope that more residents get out there and utilize it. At one point in time, I was talking to the lady that runs the Elk Environmental Learning for Kids. I know she's going through a campaign still with her seat for councilwoman at Denver. However, one of the things that I was working with her on is having our, and I mentioned this last time you were here, having our residents understand living around wildlife, that Eastern Trail. I know that I still have people report to me that they've seen a rattlesnake here or there. Just want to make sure that our residents are safe and that they understand to stay away from some of those the coyotes and the rattlesnakes and that stuff. But it's really cool that we have it here to where we can take advantage of being able to view this wildlife. I just want to make sure that we're doing it safely. So she did have some great ideas to put out some literature. Maybe between the city and the refuge, we can help partner with Elk or any organization that would be able to make sure our residents are aware of what the wildlife is and how to react around it. Probably my biggest fear is someone getting hurt or getting the plague from a prairie dog, flea off of, that kind of stuff. It always worries me, but always better safe than sorry. I'm excited about the additional entrances and stuff and making it available for people that live in that area where they could just go right over there and go into the refuge and view this wildlife. It's starting to become more of a community thing and less of a hazardous site that was cleaned up, and that's the key behind the whole thing is to really show it off for what it is and what it's become. And I appreciate all the efforts that you guys put into it, and we'll look forward to the next announcement. So thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, just
Yes.
a quick follow-up. Staff is going to be back before you on the 15th of this month with a review, an analysis from a staff perspective, and a suggested comment letter for you to authorize
Yeah,
so that we can meet the July 6th deadline.
I was wondering if we were going to do a resolution or something of that nature to support the efforts that the refuge is putting forward.
We'll have a few comments, but it'll be sort of based on the earlier comment letter that you have already sent.
All right. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you all. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Now we come to the part of the meeting that is reserved for administrative council business. Does the council have any administrative business this evening? Let's see, we got Mr. Douglas. No?
I was going to hold off, but, I want to say thank you for 96 being open and everything, and just wanted to see if we can monitor that, since we, didn't see the design in 96. It's kind of lacking shoulders on that road there. It's not narrow travel in 96, but just if we can monitor that and to see how traffic flows and everything, if we need to add maybe go in and add some shoulders in certain areas just for safety reasons in case, things do come up. And then, as far as I know, understand that our engineer for that, as far as CDOT, said that spacing is correct for those poles, and that they're only there for temporary because when we expand that, those poles will be moved. So I know there's always questions about that from our residents, and just a reassurance that that is just temporary. So we keep an eye on that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Benson?
Yeah, just something I wanted to bring up about, I'm gone in November. I'm not going to Nashville to the NLC. I'm going to Nashville, but not for the NLC. And I would like to see whoever is elected in my place to be able to go to the NLC. I know they can't be sworn in by that time, but I don't know what difference that makes. Is there some rule at the NLC that prevents somebody from going unless they're sworn in?
Yep,
There is?
yep.
Where is that?
You have to be an official. If you aren't elected, if you aren't sworn in yet, you aren't an official body. I mean.
Okay, I'd like to pose that question to the NLC and see if a council member elect can go to that meeting, because I thought that just about anybody could go as long as they paid the dues, as long as they paid the requisite dues. If you're a governmental person, a council member, whatever, you get a certain registration fee. If you're not, then you get a higher registration fee. But I don't think there should be any restriction on that. It enables the new person to hit the ground running and go out and have the experience of an NLC conference. I just don't understand why there would be any resistance to that, but I'm sure that there will be. Can we find out from NLC if there is a specific restriction on allowing a council member elect to go? Like I said, I'm not going. I mean, I'm off the council. It'd be ridiculous for me to say that I'm going. I'm going to a football game in Nashville at Vanderbilt at the end of November, but I'm not going out there for the NLC, and I'm not going to expect the city to pay for it. But I'd like to find out what the NLC allows, and if they do allow it, I would move that we authorize the council member elect. Of course, you've got to run for re-election too.
This ain't about me right now, Jim.
It's what?
This isn't about me right now.
Well, you might get beat.
Yeah, I might. That's a chance that everybody's got to take.
I know, but
we know you're getting beat.
That's right.
All right, so here's what I would pose. I would ask that staff reach out to the NLC and see if it's even possible before the council takes it up. If it is possible, then the council can have some time to think about it and collaborate, and then we'll have a discussion after we find out. There's no sense in getting into a debate tonight about whether it can or can't happen until we know for sure. So if the staff would come back and let us know what the rules are for attendance of the National League of Cities Conference.
But I think the deadline for a discount on your registration fee is fast approaching. So if you could come back and so that the council could take action on that before that deadline happens. It's about $100, but it's $100 that our taxpayers pay, and I don't see any reason to waste it.
All right,
Well,
you got that one?
Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Councilman Benson.
I think that's a good suggestion.
All right. Let's go on to the next person, Councilwoman Carson.
I was wondering if we could bring an item back to study session, and that is the ordinance that deals with residential parking. I forwarded Mr. McBroom and City Council an email that I had received. So if in a future study session, we could take another look at that.
Could we also include cul-de-sacs in River Run? It is.
I think it is.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that discussion. If you have something on the same item, go ahead.
Yeah, I was glad to see your note. I think it would be great. The other thing that I've noticed as of late, and this I think would be more of a planning standards item, is we've got homes that are taking shape around the South Lawn Park, for example, in Reunion, that literally 2/3 or better of their yard or their frontage is no parking because of its proximity to the corner. And so the concern I have is that as we're citing home sites, we're not accounting for the fact that from a placement of the home, they physically won't have a place to park in front of their home. So the homes in question here are alley load homes, so they'll have garage spaces. They have no extra vehicle parking in the backyard, though some people have used the side of their home to do so when they don't have a fence, which isn't per spec either. So here we end up with somebody who can't have anybody park in front of their house. And I can only imagine with the concerns that Ms. Carson raised in the cul-de-sac example, where people have, especially the cul-de-sac, right? You can't maybe fit one car in front of a home. You don't have anywhere to park. In the case of the cul-de-sacs, obviously we see like Buffalo Mesa has parking islands in the cul-de-sac. I think we do need to think in general about ensuring that when we site homes, we ensure that those homes have a parking spot. We just had a very vigorous discussion about a redevelopment opportunity in the city and making sure that we had parking spaces accounted for. We're not doing that in terms of single-family homes. I actually live at the end of a block and barely have space to park one vehicle in front of my own home. So it's definitely one of those things, especially as we have lots of new housing stock yet to come online, that we look at this. So I think there's an opportunity for us to think about how we deal with the existing spaces as well as the 2B. So thank you for bringing that up.
I'd like to add to that, too. I live in a cul-de-sac in River Run, and there is parking islands, and there are 6 spaces in the parking islands. However, the way it is today is first come, first serve. My neighbor has 9 cars, and I have 0 parking in front of my house. So I can feel for what the resident that contacted Councilwoman Carson's concerns are, because literally the closest parking is over a block away from my house. If my parents want to come over or whatever, right, or my kids want to come home for dinner, there's 0 parking. And we really need to do something about it, because my own kids tell me, for crying out loud, you're the mayor, how come you can't fix this? Well, guess what? I couldn't fix it for myself, but now that there's another person with those problems, I would gladly fix it for him, because it does trickle down, and my family could benefit from it too. But it is a problem. If you're in a senior area where people only have 1 or 2 cars and they park in their driveway, you're good. But 9 cars for the next door neighbor, it's really out of control. And I'm glad the issue is being brought back up so that I can bring pictures, and I'll definitely be an advocate for this gentleman. All right, we're moving on. Mr. Amador.
Thank you. I got an indication that there's the potential that the permit valuations for Commerce City and what the construction permits cost are a little high. And so I guess I would like to ask staff to see what our surrounding jurisdictions are, and jurisdictions of maybe our size for permit valuations are. I'm not real sure. I don't have a baseline of if we're out of line or if we're traditional or if we're really high. So I'd make that request of staff.
Go ahead.
Just a quick clarifying question. I believe you're referring to the valuation that we assigned to new construction for the purpose of calculating permit fees?
Yes.
We can absolutely check that.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I just want to add a few things. If we can get that ice cream truck vendor back on schedule for study session. So there's been some activity up north, and not there, doing anything crazy, but they're coming in and stopping through the neighborhood selling ice cream. And then we had the weed ordinance as far as cutting. There's some lots up there that just weeds are just everywhere, and I know that they're supposed to cut the perimeter, but there's existing lots there, and the weeds are just out of control, and that whole thing should be cut because it's lots to be sold, and the weeds are out of control. I know we had a lot of rain for May, and they did have one of the management companies, residential management company, come out and cut the weeds, but in the one area they just ignored them. And then an update as far as local with the homeowners. Maybe we can get a city manager's update as far as that ongoing discussion of that development.
Certainly, one question and then two updates. First, the two updates. Ice cream vendors is actually scheduled for next Monday's study session, so good timing on that. Secondly, we do have an update regarding Chambers Drive in tonight's city manager's update, so please take a look at that. If you have further questions, certainly contact me. And then third, the question, weeds and lots that need to be mowed, what area are you referring to?
Like I noticed on, was it Landmark and Parkside North?
Thank you.
Good?
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. McEldowney.
Thank you. First, I noticed there was a piece on 9 News today suggesting that DIA is getting ready to undertake a major renovation of one of the major north-south runways. I know that in the past, when we've had some major runway work done, it caused some significant changes in flight patterns, and we heard from a number of our residents with regard to noise concerns. We all know that we don't have noise monitors. There is no such thing as a noise violation in Commerce City, but we're going to be subject to impacts from changed flight paths. I'd like to see us get ahead of this and be able to come right on the heels of this 9 News announcement with information on what we can come to understand in terms of what those changes to flight patterns will be, so that we can give folks a heads up that please expect to hear additional noise. This is the anticipated duration of these changes, so that we can have that at the ready and try and get ahead of those questions. Second, we had some issues with the 88th Avenue closure when 96th Avenue opened. On the weekend that opened, my wife happened to be coming home down Tower Road and saw that the barricade was down, and she says, "Why is the barricade down on 88th? And why are semis and vehicles heading down 88th Avenue?" And what was happening is when they opened 88 or 96, they actually removed the barricades on 88th as well, and traffic ended up going all the way down 96th and not having anywhere to turn around. I heard from Maria immediately when we saw that, and she was able to get staff out to act on that. But I was on my bike ride yesterday, pedaling down Tower Road. Thought I'd go, as I said earlier, head down 88th, and I get to 88th and I find the barricade sideways. So the detour sign is pointing toward the landfill, and there's a big gap between the barrels and the sign. So I pedal on down, and I get down to Buckley and 88th, and I notice a large SUV out in the middle of the old raceway, and I'm puzzled as to what he would be doing out there. But we need to put a more substantial barricade there. I don't know what people are doing, but they're constantly moving that. And I would also suggest that we need some larger, more visible, you can't turn left here indication on northbound Tower Road. We've got cones and a very small sign in that former turn lane, but you do not see it until you're right on top of it. So I know it's been blocked long enough now that I would think that people are not turning there any longer, but with even a little bit of grime on them, they're almost invisible. So if you're coming up on that turn lane, you're not seeing it. So the combination of that turn lane being obviously out of commission and the fact that people are monkeying with the barricades on 88th, it's a confusing little corridor right now. So just from a safety perspective, if we can take a look at that. Does that make sense? Third, again, out on my bike, the shoulders on Tower and 120th are terrifying in terms of debris. I don't know what our policy is on cleaning those, but whether you're on a bicycle or in a car, they are in horrible shape. I had, I don't know how many rocks kicked up at me, almost crashed. It's incredibly unsafe at the moment. I actually noticed that Highway 2, which gets a heck of a lot more traffic, even here at 88th and Rosemary and Highway 2 is cleaner on those shoulders than I see on Tower Road or 120th. So I'm just curious on what our practice is on that. I know it's primarily residential streets, et cetera, but I'm not the only guy out there pedaling. I see lots of other folks doing the same, and frustratingly, and I know we're a long way from having a comprehensive set of trails or safe routes to cycle, we really don't have anywhere. We can't connect on most of our main roads. I have to, if I really want to be safe, I need to drive outside of the Commerce City limits and park my vehicle, and now I can get on roads that have a continuous shoulder. If I go even park at the Adams County Government Center, I can go from there and I'm good to go. I can head north, I can head wherever. I feel safer pedaling on 120th heading east to nowhere, or out past the airport, or at many places than I do trying to pedal on Tower or 120th. And I know we're going to be improving the intersection at Buckley and 120th this summer, but there's a cycling group that's sort of taken shape, and I'm watching some of the comments and how frustrated they are about the inability to go and recreate. So the cleanliness of the shoulders obviously comes up in that regard, if we can take a look at that. And then just the last piece, this was related to Steve's comments on the 96th Avenue lights. I know I've had an exchange with Maria and staff on that light placement, and there's been quite a bit of dialogue over social media about that, and continues to come up. The latest questions are about the not only the placement of those poles, but the fact that they appear to be immovable if somebody were to impact them, as opposed to like a breakaway pole. And I don't think most of our major light poles, I'm not sure that they're breakaway themselves, but if we can get an answer on that. I think in general there are lots of questions about that visual barrier of the placement of those poles. If we can get a little soundbite that we can use to relay that's an official's position on what that intersection engineering is and the safety and why it's the way that it is, and something that we can use to recommunicate, whether it's through social media or through one-on-one discussions. I think I face that question literally every day since that road, the lights have gone up on that road. So, and that's it. Thank you, guys.
I wanted to touch on a couple of things that Jason mentioned. The barriers on 88th Avenue. I noticed that when we went and did the 96th Avenue grand opening, that there was a lot of trash being dumped back in there because that was a one little road that would kick back in. Nobody would see anybody doing it. I do think we need to try to look at whether we put up some Jersey barricades or something until that road gets torn out, to just keep from having not only people getting stuck and not being able to turn around, but to keep from having people go back in there and dump along Second Creek. We spend a lot of money, a lot of time to clean up Second Creek and try to improve the area. If we can make sure we have good barriers there, I think that would very much help.
And if I were a teenager who had somehow procured some illegal alcohol, I can't imagine.
When you were a teenager? Or,
if. I can't imagine a better place for kids to go hide where there's no traffic and no visibility. So, I mean, there's just this growing list of reasons to control access.
Right. And then along 120th and Tower Road, that Tower Road corridor, I know we had an agreement with the county for years to help maintain that. I don't know if we need a road grader out there. We just need people out there with, the Public Works picking some stuff up and making it more appealing and better, safer for bicyclists. But you bring up a couple good points. And, the light poles do look funny. At 96, I have to be honest. They look very narrow. It's just that look. And, Mr. Benson handed me a note, said, how does this fit into administrative council business? This is the opportunity for council to bring up things that are of concern. The public is aware, because the public comes to us and says, hey, what's going on with this? It's that opportunity. So that's why, and we're all pretty conscious of how much of it we bring up. But the stuff that's important to the residents, they want to hear. just like Ms. Carson got the letter from her neighbor on parking. It's all relative. We want people to know we're doing our job. And so we could easily call Brian, but some things we want to make public, that we've got an interest in it. And that's why I do allow some of it to happen in administrative council business. So if there's no more administrative council business, we'll move into reports. We'll start with the city attorney.
No reports, sir.
No report? All right, how about the city manager, other than the one that you've already put out?
Well, I would call your attention to the city manager report. We sent it out via email before the meeting. Please reach out if you have any questions.
All righty. And I'll go ahead and go with my report. And I'll allow any council member to add to it if they like. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Bullock for handling my duties while I was at the ICSC conference. I understand the meeting was very eventful, and it lasted a long time.
A very long time.
All right, and so ICSC conference, and I already gave a short report. Everybody will be getting a presentation from the economic development team. I'm going to hold off on giving any of those type of announcements, and I'll let the team do it. I do think it was a successful trip. We were out there for a very short period of time. But I think all in all, it was a good trip. Then when I got back, the very next day, I attended the spring barbecue for the employees, which several of the council members attended. They had to move it inside because of the rain, but it was good to go and see a lot of the employees and thank them for the job that they do. I did have one Wednesday, that Wednesday, that I didn't have an ACC meeting. It seems like it's been forever since I've been able to go to a Rotary meeting. So I attended Rotary that day. Then myself and Mr. Douglas and Mr. Amador golfed the Stout Street Foundation Golf Tournament. And then, of course, we had the Memorial Day Parade, which I've thanked everybody that participated and everybody that helped. But our staff did a great job, and so did Councilwoman Elliott and Councilman Douglas for their efforts. It went over very well. And then back to the old grind with the ACC meetings and DIA mediation. And it seems like we're finally getting somewhere, but that announcement is soon to come. So that's been my report since I've been back.
You have more.
I have more, but Mr. Bullock is going to...
You're going to talk about the Perlmutter tour.
The Perlmutter tour?
When we do the parks.
Oh, yeah.
Boys and
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Bullock. I could have let you talk about that. We did have a tour of the Boys and Girls Club facility. We went out and looked at the construction on the park that's going in up by Stewart Middle School. We did take Mr. Perlmutter around over to the water park. Got to see a lot of things that are happening in Commerce City. He's been very supportive. Several council members and staff went on that, and it just shows, it was really to show him how our community is growing and thank him for his participation on the Boys and Girls Club and be able to point out the different things that are happening in our community that are changing and improving our community. So the tour went well. I figured you would have reported on that when I was gone. You saved it, huh?
I saved it for you.
All right, perfect. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to expand upon on my report? Yeah, Mr. McElhenny.
Just real quick, District 27J, as folks know, has been facilitating a growth advisory task force. The district is weighing the input from that task force and their long-range planning committee, and they are looking at conducting a public poll to gauge support for a possible initiative this fall. They are also looking at increasing the level of visibility and engagement by the board, similar to what our council did in advance of our 2K initiative. So they are going to be present at the upcoming Brighton, I can't ever remember the name of their fest. They have a little, kind of like we have outreaches, they have their little Brighton Culture Fest. Maybe that's, yeah. So just want to give folks a heads up on that. I don't have dates on when that polling is going to occur, but obviously this is a very different electorate in an odd year versus an even year election, so lots of different factors to weigh. But we'll keep folks surprised as I hear more on that. Obviously a very important topic.
One last thing, there's a cake back there. So if anyone wants to have a slice of cake, it's back there, because I can tell you right now, once we leave, if you don't get your piece of cake, with the police department that we have, it'll be gone. It ain't gonna last. So if you're hungry for a piece of cake, after the meeting, go back and get one. Yeah, it might already be gone. But if there's nothing further to come before the city council this evening, thank you all for coming or watching at home. We are adjourned.
The input from that task force and their long-range planning committee, and they are looking at conducting a public poll